Hi guys, in this lecture I'm gonna start building this site. I'm gonna teach you how to code this site, and I will teach you rest of the sites. I will teach you how to make this site and this, and you all know what websites we are gonna code. I will teach you each and everything, how to insert this logo, header, slider, content area, footer, each and everything. And here I want to tell you something, that how to learn the coding of the site. First of all, watch the videos carefully, note down the code. If you feel you forget the code or your memory is too weak, I have provided all of these five websites code here in the document, so you can download that document and you can view the code of the sites, so you don't need to write down the code. And the next thing is, clear your concept, watch the videos, and if you have a tiny problem, if you face a small problem, very little problem, that is just like a child problem, so kindly add the discussion. Don't hesitate. I will answer your every single question. I respect every person who asks me anything. So if you ask any question 100 times, then I will answer that question 100 times. So don't hesitate to add any discussion. And if you get a new knowledge about the HTML5, CSS3, or you can learn a new thing from the other course, you can add the discussion in this course. So in this way our knowledge is become enhanced, and I will also add the discussions, and I will also continuously add the videos in it to enhance your knowledge. And the other thing is, here I'm gonna start telling you about the structure of this site. Here I'm gonna close these sites. First of all, what is the structure of the website? You have here, I want to tell you something. All the websites have the structure, all the web pages have the structure. This is the home page, this is the product page, technology page. So when we are on the home page, its name is index.html. It have the specific structure. Here, this is the body, this is the background of the body. Here you see that this is all the background, and the main website is in the center. Here you see that this is a website, and this is the header. Here you see that this is the header, this thing and this thing. So now this header contain two things. First thing is the menu and the logo, and the second thing is this slider. And first of all, we will make this header, and then here is the content area. Here you see that this is all the content area, and then here is the footer. It contains the links, just a dummy link, and here is the Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube links, social links we can also call it. And here is the gallery. Here you can see that here is the our products. Here is an image along with its name and text, so it is just like a gallery. And here is technology page. Here are some posts. This is just like a post. Agro technologies, here is just a machine and its text, and here are the quality standards. This is also the content area, but in this page a header contain only the menu and the logo. It have not the slider. So this is the content area, and this is the footer element. And here is also a content area, and here is the content area. So first of all, in the first page we have to make the slider, but in the second page it have not any slider. So let's start. First of all, here I'm gonna create a folder. Here is the folder. I'm gonna give it the name first. Here is, I'm gonna give it only one name. It is the first site. And now in this folder I'm gonna save my first page. First of all, we will make this home page. Its name is index.html. So why we give the index name to the home page? Why? Because it's important. Listen me carefully. when we create our website, so when we save our home page, so always save with the index.html name. Why? HTML is an extension, but the page name is must be the index. So why it is index? When we open any website and we write any name in the Google and the Google search and internet open any site. So first of all, what is shown on the page? The home page of the website is shown. So how the internet knows what page the internet needs to load on the front when we open any page? How it knows? Because when we write any domain name, any website name in the Google, so the server search the websites in their computer, and when the computer finds the website, then it will search the folder of the web pages, and then it finds the index page and it opens the index page in front of you. It many times it is the index.html, so that's why we have to save the home page with the name of index, because when the server when our website is on the live server, so the server searches our website folder and it opens our home page by detecting the index name. So that's why we give it index.html name. So now here I'm gonna create my website first page with the name of index.html. Here is the page, and now I'm gonna save it with the name of index.html here in the first folder. This is the website folder, and here I'm gonna save it with the name of index.html. So now it is our home page, and now here let's see how it look like. So here is the page, and now here I'm gonna create another folder. This folder contain the CSS style sheets. So here I'm gonna create a style sheet and save it in the CSS folder, give it the name style. In this style sheet we will write our style, all the style to the divs, and now here I'm gonna create another CSS file and I'm gonna save it in the CSS folder. Here is, and here I'm gonna write grid.css. So why I create this second CSS file, grid.css? In the grid.css we will give the width of the divs, we will define some other things. I will teach you all the things later. And the style sheet, this style file is just for giving the styles, colors and all the things. And now here I want to tell you another thing. This website contain too many pictures. So now what we need to do, we have to copy all of these pictures and paste it here. Here I have already downloaded these pictures. Here are the pictures. Here I'm gonna show you. Here is the pictures images folder, and here is all the folder names and the images. And now here I'm gonna cut from this, and here is the project, and here I'm gonna paste these pictures. So now all things are okay. Pictures are here, style sheets are created, and the first page is also created. And now here I'm gonna create the structure of this home page, and here is first of all doc type. Here is the doc type, and now after it we have to put the HTML, and now here is the head, and here is the closing tag of the head, and now here is the body, and Here is the body, and in between this, here save it. Here is the title. Here I'm gonna give it new, and here is the title, and then here I'm gonna give it meta chart set. Here is the UTF-8, and now here I'm gonna create its structure. First of all, we have to make this header, and then this content area, and then this footer. This slider is in the header, and before this all the data is placed inside the main element. The main element is a unique element. It contains the unique data in all over the document, and all the data is placed inside the main element. Here is, first of all the code is going to be written inside this main element. And now first of all we have to place the header. It contains the menu, slider, and the logo. And then we have to place the content area. For the content area we have to place the section. Here is its closing tag, and then at the end we have to make the footer. Here is the footer. So now here you can see that here is the footer, here is the section area, and this is the header, and all of these things are placed inside the main element. So now in the next lecture I'm gonna start building this. I'm gonna give the style to the body, and then I'm gonna insert this logo and all the things. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this structure, and here you see that the first we will make the header, and then the section, and then the footer element. And now here I want to show you something, that this is the render file. I have opened it, and this is the original website. So now here I want to tell you something. In the header, first of all we have to create this logo, and then we have to create this menu, and this logo and the menu is placed inside the same div who have the black dark background. This is the image that is here, and then we have to place this slider in a separate div. So now here I'm gonna show you, then you can understand it clearly. And before this we have to connect these CSS file to this index.html, and here is, we have to write link hyper reference, and here is CSS folder, and then we have to write style.css, and then here is one s is extra, and here is type. First of all text CSS, and then here is the relate, and here is style sheet, and here I'm gonna paste another, and this is the grid.css. And now here in between this header, first of all I'm gonna give the background to the body and the main. Here you see that this image that contain the trees and these machines, this is in the background of the main, and this image, the black image, is in the background of the body. So now I'm gonna give these images. Here is the images I'm gonna show you. Here's images folder, and this is the body background. Its type is GIF, so that's why it open in the browser. And here is the main background. Here I'm going to show you, this is the background of the main. And now let's give these images in the background. First of all, here I'm going to write the style for body. Here is the body, write background, and then we have to insert the background image. Here is the URL, and here is images, and here is the body background dot gif, and here is the 50% in the x-axis and 0% in the y-axis. This is the position of the image. And now here I'm gonna define the font size, line height, and the font family for all the text that is in the body. If we will not give any text to a font family, so this font family color is applied on that text. So here is the font. First of all, write the line height 12 pixel, then the font size 18 pixel, and here is the Arial font family. And then here is the color. So here is hash 717171. This is the gray type, like gray. And here I'm gonna zero the margin and padding of the body. And here is, and now I'm going to give the position relative to the body. So if we move anything in the body, so it moves according to its last position. And now I'm going to render it. So here this is the background of the body, and now I'm going to show the background of the main here. But the main background is going to be shown when we put some content inside the main. So here is the background, here is the URL, images, and here is the main, and here is the .jpg. And now here I'm gonna give the minimum height 100% to the main. So when we open this website in any short screen, so the height of the main is 100% minimum height. And here you see that this main is shown on the screen. And now here in between this header element, I'm going to create another div that contain the logo and the menu. So here is that div. Inner, and here is the div. And now in between this I'm gonna put a heading h1, and then in that heading we will put an anchor tag. And when we click on this logo, so the index.html again opens. So it's mean this image is in the anchor tag, this image is in the background of the anchor tag, and all of this complete heading, this is a complete heading h1, and here is in the h1, and here is the class. I'm gonna give it the class logo, and here it is. And now in between this we have to define an anchor tag. Here is the anchor tag, and here is the hyperreference. And now here I'm gonna write the text. Here is agro plus, and here is the agriculture company. And now here I'm going to show you how to look like. This is the h1 heading. In the h1 heading we have give the anchor tag, so when we click on it, so it contains the link. But here I want to tell you something. This is an image. Here I'm going to show you the logo image. Here is the logo image. And now I know a question is coming into your mind, that why we write this text, because and we also have the logo image, we have to put the logo image, so why we write this text. Here I want to tell you something, that we have to put this logo image in the background of the anchor tag. And if we cannot put this text in the anchor tag, so the anchor tag is empty, so it have not any width and heights, so that's why the background image is not visible to us. So now what we are gonna do, we are gonna disappear this text by giving the text indentation. And so now the text is play here and this image is here, it is disappear here, and we have give the h1 to it, so its anchor tag size is large, so its background is literally big. So now I'm gonna give the style to this div and this anchor tag and all the things. First of all, I'm gonna give the style to the header, and here is the header contain the background image. We will give it the width, and this background image here, you see that this is a background image, we will give it. And here is the header, and now here I'm gonna write position, and here is the relative and semicolon, and here is the width, and here is the 950 pixel, and this is the width, and here I'm gonna align it in the center, so the header is becoming the center. Here is auto, and then here I'm gonna give the padding 80 pixel from the top, so 80 pixel is padding is present on the top of the header, top side, and 0 pixel for the left, 0 pixel for the bottom, 0 pixel for the right side. And then here I'm gonna give the background image, and here is the URL, here is images, and here is slide1.jpg. and now let's check it. Here is the header image, but now this is present here. We are gonna show this image here, we are gonna set its position, and here you see that I have write the dot dot two dots before the images folder. So why I write this? Here I wanted to show you something, that this is the images folder and this is the CSS file. We have write this background image code here in this style sheet. So now it have not any images folder in their folder, so that's why we have to give the reference of this website folder, and then in this website folder there is a folder images, and then at that place the image is present. So this dot dot means the website folder whose name is 1, so it is representing 1, and then we have to write images folder name and then the image is accessible, because we cannot directly access the images folder because both CSS files and the images folder are at the separate place. So that's why when the things are in the different folder, the file and the images are in the different folder, so at that time we have to write these dot 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 to represent the website folder. And now here we have to write the no repeat property, so the image is not going to be repeat, and then here is its position, center, and 80 pixel position from the top. So now it is adjusted. Here you see that we have not put the enough content inside this header, so that's why it is shown like this. And now I'm gonna give the z index, and here I want to tell you something, that here you see that this header is shown on the upper side and this slider is shown as the bottom side. It just look like this. This slider have the z index 1, and here this header we have to give it greater z index, so that's why it is shown on the top side. So here I'm gonna give it z index 2, and then I will give the z index 1 to the slider. And here I'm gonna give the style to the inner div. Here is the inner div, and here is the background. Here is the URL, images, and then here is the header, and here is the background dot png. So now what is this image? These are the black dots like here. So now here you see that this image is become black, so later it will be fixed. And here I'm gonna give it the padding to this div. Here is top side 26 pixel, 40 pixel from the left side, 25 pixel from the bottom side, and 40 pixel from the right side. And here is its position is relative. And then here is, I'm also gonna give it the z index 2. And now I'm gonna give the style to the h1 heading by using its class. Here it is. First of all, let's render this. So here you see that now it will be okay. This is the top side of the header, and now give the style to the logo class. And here is, first of all, I'm gonna display the h1 heading as the inline block, so the new lines before and after it's removed. And then here is the padding of this h1 heading is 0. And then I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tag that is inside the h1. And now let's start. Write dot logo class, and here is the anchor tag. And now here is the position, first of all relative. And then here I'm gonna give the background image, that is the logo image. Here is the URL, and here is dot images, and here is the logo dot png, and here is the no repeat, and here is 0 0 position in the x-axis and y-axis. So now here is the image is present, and now what we need to do, we have to give it the height width, then it will be completely shown. And then we have to disappear this text. Here I want to show you something, that here if we remove this text inside the anchor tag, here I'm going to cut it, and now here you see that the anchor tag height and width is 0, so that's why the background is not shown. So that's why we have to give the text to give it height and width, so now it will be shown. So now we are going to disappear the text and all the things. Here first of all give the height and width to the anchor tag, then the low background is completely shown. Here is the width is 187 pixel, and then here is the display, here is block, and then here is the overflow hidden. When we give the display block, so we can give it the width and height and the padding and all the other things. And here is the text indentation, here is the text indent. So now text is going to be placed on the left side, so now it is disappear, and this logo is ready. And if you have any problems currently at the discussion, I will help you as much as I can. If you cannot understand anything, or it's not matter whether your question is small or big, or it have concepts or not, so please ask the question openly. And now in the next lecture I'm gonna make the menu, and we have to make the menu in between this div after the heading. See you in the next lecture. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this logo, we have inserted this logo, we reach at this state. And now in the next lecture, in this lecture we are gonna build this menu. So let's start. Here inside the inner div we have to place a nav element. Here I'm gonna place it nav, and here is the closing tag of the nav. And now here we need to place the UL. Here is the UL class menu. Here is the closing tag of the UL. And now in between this we have to place the list items. Here I'm going to create the first list item, here it is. And then here is the anchor tag, and here is its closing tag, and in between this we have to place the home, and here is the hyper reference, and here is the hash. And now here I'm going to increase it. Here it is. And now the second is products, and then here it is the technology, and then here is the pricing, and here is the contact. And now let's give the style to this UL, and here is the style. So first of all, I'm gonna remove the padding margin of all the honored list that is going to be made in our website. We will code these ULs. So here I'm gonna write simply, here is the UL, here is the margin is 0, and here is the padding is also 0, and the list style is also 0. This style type none. And now I'm gonna give the style to the menu UL. Here is, this is the honored list of the menu, and here is UL. So now here what we need to do, we have to place position. Here is the absolute, and now we have to give it absolute position. Here you see that now it is at this side. We have to make it left side 0, so then it will be appear on this side, and we have to make the top minus 999 em, so it will disappear on the top. Here I'm gonna put these things, then you will understand it. Minus 999 em, 1 em is equal to 32 pixel, and here I'm gonna give the left, then you can see it, here it is. So now, so it is not applying, this style is not applying because we have not give the style to this nav element before giving the style to this UL. So now I'm gonna give the nav element style. Here is nav, and we have to give the float to the right because the menu is on the right side, and here I'm going to also give it 12 pixel padding on the top side, and all are 0. And now let's execute it. So now here you see that it is on this side, left side is 0, and all things we have just make the left side 0 for the confirmation. And now I'm gonna give the style to the UL. Here I'm gonna give it display none, so the UL is not shown on the screen, just the list items are going to be shown on the screen. I'm gonna give it width 185 pixel, and then here is the minimum height 28 pixel. Here it is, and now I'm gonna give the style to the list items. Here is the list items, and now first of all I'm gonna give it position. Here is the position, relative, and here is the float left, and then here is the margin 0 pixel for the top and the bottom, and 28 pixel for the left and right. So now a distance is added 28 pixel on the left and right of every list item. Here you see that a distance on every left and right side of the list item. And now I'm going to give the style to the anchor tag. So now here it is, I'm going to increase it, and here is the menu, and here is this. And first of all I'm gonna give the text decoration none, and the next thing is the display block. So every anchor tag is so the full area of the anchor tag is clickable, even where the text is not written, that area is also clickable. And then we have to give the font family. I'm gonna apply the font Open Sans, and this font is not available in my computer. Later I will include this font, and before this I'm gonna give the font size. Here is the 14 pixel, and here is the line height 18 pixel, and the text transform. Here I'm going to give the text of transform to the uppercase, so all the letters are become uppercase. And here is the color is white, and then the padding is, here is the padding 10 pixel from the top, 0 from left, bottom and right. And now let's check it. Here it is, but here you see that this font is not available in my computer, so I have downloaded the font. Its name is Open Sans font, and here this font is Passion one, so I'm gonna include both of these fonts. And here it is. And now these fonts are not exist in my computer, so that's why I'm gonna include this font, that is Open Sans, and the Passion one. The Passion one is the form that is applied here. So now I'm gonna include these fonts. Here I have already downloaded the font files from the internet. You can simply write the Passion one and the Open Sans fonts, and you can download these fonts file. And here is on the top, here we have to write add font face, and here it is. First of all, write the font family name. We want to give it, we can write any font family name. Here I have write Open Sans, the original name, and then here is the source. Here we have to write URL, and here is, we have to write the name of the font. Here I'm gonna write its name. So now here is this font name is Open Sans regular, copy it, and it is type of TTF, true type font. Here is the TTF, and here is dot TTF. And now this is the first font is included, and now I'm going to copy this code and include the second font, that is the Passion one. Here is, that is a bold type. Here is the Passion one, here it is. And now here I'm going to include the font name. Here it is, and then paste it here. It is type of OTF, open type font, and here is this. So now both fonts are included, and now let's execute it. So now the font is going to be applied. Here you see that the font is applied on this thing. And now here you see that when we take the mouse over any anchor tag, so its color is become gray type, and image is shown on its top. And so how to apply it? When we take the mouse over it, so it's called hover. Here is, we have to apply the hover on the list item, and here when we take the mouse over the list item, so a style is going to be applied on anchor tag. First of all, its color is become gray type, hash FAA9B. You can search these codes from the internet. These are the color codes. And now here I am also gonna include arrow on the above of the anchor tag. Here is the arrow. You cannot see it when you open it, so it is white type, so it is just a tiny arrow. And here I'm gonna include it in the background of the anchor tag. Here it is. Here we have to write URL, and here is images, and then here is the nav and active dot png, and here is the no repeat, and here is the center 0 for the y-axis. And now let's reload it. Here this is not our page, this is. And here you see that when we take the mouse over any anchor tag, so the arrow is shown on the screen. But here another thing is that That is here when we take the mouse here when we click on the home page. Here you see that now we are on the home page, and home page have a different color and it have the arrow on its upper side. And when we are on the products page, so its color is different, a arrow is on the upper side. So how to apply this thing? Now we have only one page, that is home, so we want that functionality when we are on the home page. So this thing is apply. When we click on it, so its color is continuously changed. So here I'm gonna apply a class on this list item. Here I'm gonna give it a class current. So here we are gonna give the current class to a color, gray color, and the background image. So now we are on the index.html page, home page. So now when we apply the style on this class, so it's going to be apply on this home. Here I'm going to show you. Here we have to include it, this class, so that style will be apply. Here I'm going to write dot menu. Here is the li dot current. Li have the class current. Here is the current, and here is the anchor tag. And now let's check it. And here you see that this style and the images apply on the current class, and current class now is given to the home list item that is in the index.html page. And when we create the products page, then we will give this class to the products list item, then the style is apply on the products. And now we are gonna create the menu is ready, and now we have to create this slider. So we are gonna make another div, and then we will make this slider. And here is the closing tag of the inner. Here I'm gonna remove this and also remove this, and then after this we have to create a separate div. Here is the div, and here is its closing tag. And here I'm gonna create two divs. First div is to give the height to the image, and it is just for giving the z index 1, so it is just show as it is below the header. And then we will create another div to give it the absolute position, to adjust its position. Here is the first div to give it height and the z index. Here is the slider, and now here it is div. And now here I'm gonna give another div, and here is the class, and here is, I'm gonna give it mp slider, and here is closing tag. So now here I'm gonna insert the image in between these two divs. So now we have to write directly image source, and here is images, and here we have to write slide 1.jpg. And now let's check it. Here is the image is present, but now we have to give it height and other things, then it will be okay. And now we have also insert this button. So these buttons are inserted outside these divs, outside the slider div, and these buttons are the images. Here is the buttons. Here I'm going to show you where is the left and right. Here you see that here are the buttons. This is the previous button, and here I want to tell you something. Here you see that this button is white, and when we take the mouse over it, so it's become gray. So how it is possible? Here I want to tell you something. When we show the image, so we will show this white part, and when we take the mouse over the image, so this gray part is shown to us. Or in other words, we will set the background position when we take the mouse over it, so this gray part is shown to us. And now here I'm gonna insert the two anchor tags. These previous and the next button is in the anchor tags. Here you see that. and I'm gonna insert these previous and next image in the background of the anchor tag. Here I'm gonna give it a hyper reference. Here is the hyper reference, and here is the class. Here I'm gonna give MP previous, and here is we have to give the next. And now I'm gonna give the style to the slider and all the things. Here first of all I'm gonna give the style to the outer side div, that is the slider, and here we have to give position relative, and here I'm also gonna give it z index 1. So now the header is shown on the top and the slider is just shown on the below. We have give the z index 2 to the header, and here is the height of the div is 402 pixel. And now I'm going to give the style to the MP slider div, and here is it, and here I'm going to give the position absolute, and here first of all I'm going to show you how it look like. Here it is. I'm going to adjust it, then it will be okay. Here is we have to give it top is minus 109 pixel, and here is the left side is 0, and here is also the right side of the image is 0. So now it is near the div, both sides are 0, boundary of the div. And here I'm going to give the bottom is 5111 pixel, and now let's check it. Here is this. So now here you can see that we have adjusted the slider div, and now we are going to give the previous and the next buttons that are the backgrounds in the anchor tag. And here I'm gonna first of all I'm gonna adjust these anchor tags. Here is the MP previous, and here is the MP next and previous anchor tags, and here is what we need to do. Here I'm gonna give it position absolute, here is absolute, and then here I'm going to give the width 31 pixel, and then here is the height is 402 pixel, and then here is the bottom side is 0, and then here is the z index. The buttons have the button anchor tag have the size equal to the size of the image. Here you see that these have the equal size to the image, its anchor tag, and here I'm going to reload. Now it is not going to be shown, and I'm going to give it the style in the next video. Here I'm gonna leave it, and in the next video we will give it the style to these buttons, and then we will make this product gallery and this banner. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we are building this slider, and it is reached at this point, and we have give the style to these previous and the next anchor tags. We have give it the classes, and now we have given it the absolute position, and the width of these anchor tags is 31 pixel, height is equal to the slider. Here you can see that the anchor tag is started from this point. Here you see that this is the complete link, here it is, and it have the bottom side 0, and here is the z index is 3, and it is show on the top of the header have the z index 2, slider have the z index 1, and top means it is show on the front, or in other words you can say that it have the front effect. It is just like it is at the front, and then header is far away from it. It just look like this. And here I'm gonna give the style to the previous anchor tag, I'm gonna give it image. Here is the left side is 0, so now it is at the 0 side, the left side completely. Here is the background color, background, images, and here is the slider, previous dot png, and here is the no repeat, and here is the 00. And now let's check it. Here it is, anchor tag is inserted, and now I'm gonna insert the next thing on the other side, the next button, and here we have to write next, and here is also next, and here is the right, and now let's reload it. So now it is at this side, and now when we take the mouse over it, so the dark part of the image is going to be shown. Here you see that it is in the both images, right side images also have. So now first of all I'm going to apply it for the previous image. Here I'm going to show you, here is this and this, and when we take the hover over it, here is the hover, and now here I'm only gonna change the background. Images remain same, and what we need to do, we have to change the x-axis position. Here you see that this white part is on the left side, and now we have to give the right for the x-axis. So when we take the mouse over it, so here this is for the x-axis, here is 0 for the y-axis, and now here it is when we take the mouse over it, so it's become dark part is shown on the screen. Here I'm going to copy it, and here is it, and here is this, and now here I'm also going to write right part. So now let's execute it. So now here you see that when we take the mouse over it, so it's become dark. So now we are gonna build this content area, and in this content area is divided into two sections. First section contains this product and this banner, and the second section contains this welcome and this list. So first of all we will build this section. In this section, first of all, a separate div contain these images, and now let's start to build this area. Here it is, and here in the section area, first of all I'm gonna give it class to give it styles. Here is the container, and then here I'm gonna give a div. Here is a div, and I'm gonna give it the class. I'm gonna give it two classes. First is row and second is content background. So by using the content background, we will insert this background. Here you see that these are two different background. This background that is in the body is apply here. This is the background of the main, and now here I'm gonna create its closing tag. Here it is, and now here in between these divs we have to create a separate div which have the width equal to the first section, and in this div we will build this banner and this products. This div have the 75% width. Here I'm gonna made it, and here is the class, adjust. Here is a div, and now here first of all I'm gonna give the style to all of these divs and the elements. Here it is. First of all, give the style to the container by using its class. I'm gonna give the width to this container. This container contain all the products. And now let's start. Paste the container, and here we have to write the dot, and then here is the parenthesis. Then here first of all its width is container width is 950 pixel, and position is relative, and here is the margin 0 pixel auto, so the container is become in the center, and here is auto. And then here is the padding. I'm gonna give it the padding 0, and then let's see it. Here first of all I'm gonna create a border to see the container, and here it is. And now here is, so here the container is created but it have not content now, so that's why it have not any height, it is just like a simple line. So I'm gonna remove it, and here I'm gonna give the style to this content background, so we can insert that background that is present here. Here you see that this background here in the style. Here I'm gonna create the content area, so the content area is gonna be start from this, and here is the content background. Here is this, and here it is right background. Here it is. Here is the URL. Here is the images, and here is the body background dot gif, and this body background is now it is inserted, but we cannot see it right now. So I'm gonna give the padding to this content background div. Here it is 35 pixel on top, 20 pixel left, 43 pixel bottom, 20 pixel right. And now let's execute it. So here now you can see that there is a background is added. This is the content area, and now it have not too much content, so that's why its height is less. And now I'm gonna put the style for the row. We will put the style for the row in later, because when the content is mixed up then your concept is clear. When the problem is occur, then I will put the style for the row. And now here in the adjust one we are able to create two things. First thing is we have to create this product, a little gallery, and then we have to create the banner in the separate section. It is created in the separate section, and here I'm gonna give another div. Here is the div, and I'm gonna give it the class wrap goal. So now by using this class we will create the space between the div and the content area, or in other words boundary and the content area. Here you can see that this is the boundary of the content area, and the space, there is a space around the content. So this is created by giving the margin. And now I'm gonna use this class and give this div a margin. Here first of all let's do this, and first of all I'm gonna give the 75% width to this div that contain the adjust one. And here is first of all write container, then adjust one, and then here I'm gonna give it the width to the 75%. And then here I'm also gonna give it display inline block and then the float left, and we will give the float left and all these properties to the other divs. So that's why here I'm gonna create it separate, container dot adjust one, and here is we have to write float left, and here is the display inline block. Here is the inline block, and here I'm also gonna give it the border. Then you can understand it clearly why we create another class wrap call. Here is the solid, here is the hash ff, and now let's execute it, and here it is. So now this is the adjust one. I'm gonna put some content inside it, and then you can understand it clearly. Here is this is the adjust one. Here I'm gonna write random content, and now here is the text. But now here you see that there is no space between the content and this adjust one div, so we have to create the space between the adjust one div and the content. The content is inside the wrap call div, and now what we need to do, we have to create a margin around the wrap call div, and then space is created around this div, and here it is. And now here I'm gonna write wrap call dot wrap call, and here is the margin around it, 10 pixel, and here it is. And here you see that a space is created, so now here you see that a boundary is present. So this is the thing to use the wrap call to create the space. And now here I'm gonna remove this border, we don't need it, and here I'm gonna make it in the single line, because we have to use this thing many times with other classes, with other divs. And here I'm gonna remove it, and now here I'm gonna create another section inside this div. In this section we will place these products are now going to be a separate section, and this banner in a separate section. And here is the product section, and here is the class indent bottom, and now here is the closing tag of the section. Here is the section. And now why we give the indent bottom to this section, because we have to create a space on the bottom side of the section. Here you see that there is a space on the bottom side of this section. And then here what we need to do inside this section, first of all we have to create this heading. Here I'm going to copy this, and then here is the h2, and here is its closing tag, and here it is. And then after this what we need to do, we have to create these images, we have to put this gallery, and now we have to create another div that contain all of these images, and we have to give it a class hr border. So by using that class we will create this border bottom, and here is the div that contain all of these images, and here is the div. Here I'm going to remove the distance. Here is class row, and here is hr border 1, and here is the section div. And now here I'm gonna move it this section, and now in this div we have to put all of these images. But before this, first of all we have to create the separate div for each and every image and its text. First of all we will create a div, and then in that div we will place this image and this text, and that div have 25% width. Then we will create another div who have the 25% width, then we will put this image and its text, then we will create the next one, And here is the first div, and here I'm gonna here is the distance, and here is the class, and here I'm gonna give it the adjust to class. So by using the adjust to, we will give it, so by using the adjust to, we will give the width 25% to each and every width and image and its text. And here is the div, and it have the class wrap call, and you have already know why we are using the wrap call. The wrap call class is just used to give the distance between the content and the external div. Here it is. Here is, so now the a space is created in between this adjust to div and these the content inside this wrap call div. Here first of all I'm gonna insert the image img, and here is the source, and here is the images, and here is the page one, and here is the img one, and now here we have to write the extension jpg, and then we have to give the class img indent, and now let's reload it. So here is the image is present. So now we have to give the style to this image and this h2 heading, and before this I'm gonna create this description list. This is a description list, this is the description term and its text. So now here I'm gonna put the description list. First of all write dl tag, and here is the closing tag of the dl, and here is the class description list, and here I'm gonna write def list definition list 1, and in between this first of all I'm gonna put the description term. Here is the dt, and in between this we have to put this text that is tomatoes, and here is the text, and this is inside the anchor tag. Here is hyper reference, and here is the closing tag of the anchor tag, and now here we have to put the description of the term. Here is the dd, here is remove this, and here in between this we have to put the description. Here I'm gonna copy from this and paste it here. So now here is the description list, here is the image, and this is the complete div that is for the one image. And now I'm gonna give the style to it, and now first of all I'm gonna give the style to the adjust to. I'm gonna give it the width. Here is copy this, and then we have to give here make it 2, and here we have to give it every image div have the 25% width, and it is floated to the left, and it is also have the display inline block. Here I'm going to give it adjust to, and here it is, reload it, and here is the text and all the things. I'm gonna adjust it, then it will be okay. Now here I'm gonna give the style to this h2 heading. I'm gonna give the style to all the h2 headings. I'm not gonna only give the style to the h1 or h2. Here you see that there are many headings in this website, so I'm gonna define the font size and all the things for all of these. Here I'm gonna create headings, because the style for the headings are just same, so that's why I'm gonna specify all the styles for all the headings here. First of all, I'm gonna specify, I'm gonna remove the margin padding of all the headings h1, h2 and h3. Here is the h2, h3, h4, h5, h6, and here it is. First of all, I'm gonna give it the color to all the headings have the color white, and here is the padding is 0 pixel on the top, 0 pixel on the left, 9 pixel on the bottom, and here you see that 0 pixel on the right side. Why I have give the 9 pixel on the bottom? Because every heading have the space on its below side. We have to create the space, and then the font weight of the every heading is here. I'm going to give it the font weight is normal, and then here is the margin is 0, and the padding is also 0, and then here is the font family. I'm going to give the font family to all the headings. I'm going to give it Passion 1 font. Here is the Passion 1, and now let's look at it. Here it is changing, but its size is not enough. I will adjust all of these things in the next video. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous video we are giving the style to the h1 and all the headings, and we have created this. Here you can see that we have put the image and the text and the heading, and now here I'm gonna give the style to the h1, h2 and all the headings, and now I'm gonna give the font size to each and every heading whenever we use that heading, so that font size and the line height will be applied. Here we have to write font size. Here is the font size is 40 pixel, and then here is the line height is 48 pixel, and then here it is, and here this is the h2, and it have the font size 36 pixel. Reduce it, and here is the 44, and now here I'm gonna apply h3, and it have the 40 pixel line height and 32 pixel font size. Here it is the 32 pixel, 32, and here is the h3, and here is h4, and h4 have the 28 pixel, and here is the 34 pixel, and now here I'm gonna apply 30 pixel, and here is the 24 pixel line height. So now h6 have the 20 pixel font, and here is the 24 pixel to the h5. Here is the h5, and here is the h6. Now let's render it, and here you see that the font is applied on it. But now here I want to tell you another thing. This is the content area, this is the footer area, and here you see that this images float out, this images overflow from this content area. So that's why now we have to give the style to the row. Here is the row. So when we give the style to the row, we are also able to give it clear both, so the any element is not going to be float on each to other, and then we are also going to give it overflow hidden, so the overflow is become hidden. And here it is. First of all, here I'm gonna write container, and here is the dot row. And now I'm gonna insert the content before and after the row. Here I want to tell you something, that we are gonna insert a little space before and after the row div. So in this way, what is happening here, I tell you, I'm gonna explain this. Here you see that before the row we have element container, and after the row we have a element adjust one. So adjust one have the float left, and when we place these two divs, so their content is going to be mixed up, and that's why we will give a space to the row to insert it before and after it. So in this way the content is not going to be mixed up the content is not going to be overflow. Here is the before and after. Here I'm gonna provide after, and here I'm gonna provide content, and here is the display. I'm gonna give it the display block, and here is the overflow, is hidden, and here I'm gonna provide visibility, is also hidden, and here is the width is 0, and here is the height is 0. So content, this space is inserted and before and after the row div, and it is displayed as a block. Overflow is hidden, and the visibility is also hidden, it is not shown on the screen, and the width and height of it is 0. And now here I'm gonna give another thing, that is the clear both. After the row, we cannot allow any element to float on in each other. Here you see that this is the row div, and we are gonna provide the clear both on all the divs after the row div. And here I'm gonna provide dot container, and here is row, here is after, here is clear, here is both. So now here you see that this content is now set on its place. The content area is increased, so it is not going to be float. And here you see that the main image is shown here. When we create the footer, then it will be fixed. And now I'm going to give the style to the image indent bot class. I'm going to increase the distance below and on the top side of the image. Here it is, and here you see that here we have give the class image indent bot. Here I'm going to copy it, and here in the styles, here I'm going to create indents. And now here I'm gonna paste it. Here it is, and here I'm gonna give the margin. Here is the margin 5 pixel from the top, and here is 0 pixel from the left, 16 pixel from the down, 0 pixel from the right, and here is reloaded. So here it is. And now I'm gonna give the style to this definition list. Here is the definition list. This class is given to the definition list. I'm gonna copy it, and then here I'm gonna paste it. And first of all, here I'm gonna give the style to this definition list. Here we have to write the padding, and 0 0, and here is the 10 pixel for the bottom side of the description list. So a distance is added on the bottom side. Here you see that, and now here it is. And now here I'm gonna give the style to this description term. Here you see that this is the term, this link, and here it is the term. Here is the DT, and now here is, and here is the display, here is the block, and now here is the font size 12 pixel. And then here we have to give the line height. Here is the line height is 18 pixel, and then here is the padding. I'm gonna give it 0 pixel from the top left, and here is the 6 pixel from the bottom, and 0 pixel from the right. And here is the font weight. Font weight is bold. And now I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tag that is inside the dt, inside the description tab. Here you see that this is the dt, and here is paste it, here is this, and now here is, I'm gonna give the color, here is hash b09609, and now here is the text decoration, here is none. And then when, let's check it, it is yellow type color, and when we take the mouse over it, so it's become underline. I'm gonna provide that style. Here is copy this, paste it here, and here is hover, it's become underline when we take the mouse over the text. Here is the underline, and now let's check it. Here you see that it is underlined, and now here you see that this background is present, so I'm gonna set the main. I think we have not give the position and the no repeat property to the main, and here is, we have to give no repeat, here is the no repeat, and then we have to give the center in the x-axis and 0 for the y-axis, and now it is disappear. So here is the content area, and here you see that there is a space is present, and this is just due to the margin and the padding of the description list. So now I'm gonna remove the margin padding of the description list. Here I'm gonna write DL, and here is DT, and here is DD. I'm gonna remove its margin and padding. Here is 0, and here is the padding is also 0. So now here you see that it is removed, and now you can see that first image and its text is inserted. So now what we need to do, we have to just copy the code and then paste it, so other is created. And then what you need to do, you just need to change the name of the image, so the other image is inserted. Here from the adjust to, we have to copy the code and then paste it, because the code is same, just the image name is changed. Here I'm going to copy this, and here is, this is second, and this is third, and this is fourth. So now let's load it, and here you see that all are inserted. And now we have to change the name of the image. Here is the image 4, here is the image 3, and here is the image 2. And now let's reload it. So now you can change these names, and the text I have give it the same names, so that's why it is not a problem, you can change it. And now the next thing is, we have to create this border and this button, and then under the button we have to create this space. So now let's start. Here I want to show you something, that is this div. This is the div we have give it HR border 1 class. By using this class we will give the border bottom, and here is its closing tag, here is the closing tag. And now here I'm gonna use this, copy it, here is this, copy it, and here I'm gonna paste it in the style sheet. At the end here I'm gonna create the indents. Here is its borders, here I'm gonna write border, and then here is, this is the HR border 1. HR mean horizontal rule. Here is this, here is the border, I'm gonna insert it, border bottom of the div is 1 pixel solid. Here is hash 32 hash 32 32, and here is the margin 0 pixel, and here is the 9 pixel on the bottom side of the margin. So let's reload it. So now here this margin is created and a 9 pixel distance is also given under it. And now we have to create this read more button. Here you see that this read more button and its arrow. So now here I want to tell you something, that here you see that this read more button is after this horizontal rule, and here is the div closing tag. We have give the border to this div, so that's why we have to create the read more button after this div. Here you can see that this contain the border h1 class. So now here I'm going to create that button. Here we have to define the class, and here is the, I'm going to give it align right because we have to align this div to the right side because the button is on the right side. And here is the anchor tag. Here I'm going to give hyper reference, and here I'm going to give the class button, and here is the read more. And now here what we need to do, here I'm going to first of all I'm going to show you how it look like, and then I will give it the styles. So now it is on this side, and now I'm going to give it the styles. Here first of all I'm going to give it the style to the anchor tag. Here I'm gonna define the style for all the anchor tags. Here is the color is white, all the anchor tags have the white color. And then here is the text decoration is underline, all the anchor tags have the underlines. And now here I'm gonna give the hover. When we take the hover over the anchor tag, so here is the text decoration is become none. Here is, it is none. And now here I'm gonna give the style to the div. Here you see that it contains the align right, so we have to align it on the right side, and then I will give the style to this anchor tag. But so here I'm gonna give the align right. Here it is the align right. Here is align right div. This class is given to the div. Here is, and here is the text align to the right side, so that div is moved to the right side. Here is the right, and now here it is. You see that it is now here, and we will insert this arrow image in the background of the anchor tag by using the button. Here we have give the button class to the anchor tag. Here it is, you can see that button, and now here it is. And now I'm going to use that class. Here is the button, and here is the display as the inline block. Here is the inline block, and here is, we have to give the font size. Here is the font size is 12 pixel, and here is the color is white. Here is the white, and here is the text decoration underline. Here is the underline, and then here is the background URL. Here is the arrow image. Here is the link marker dot gif, and here is, I'm going to give no repeat, and here is the right side in the x-axis and 7 pixel. So now when we give it right side, so it will appear on the right side of the text. And now here I'm gonna give the padding to this anchor tag on the left side. Here is 0 and here is for all the sides. And now let's check it. Here it is, and now here you see that it is present. And now and now one thing is left. Here you see that when we create this section, so here we have give the indent bottom to the section, so we will create a padding on the bottom side, and it will create a space when we create a content on the bottom side. Here you see that there is a space on the bottom side of this read more, so we are gonna give the padding on the bottom side. Here is this and this, and here is we have to give the padding. Here is 0 and here is 0 and here is 32 pixel from the bottom side, and then it will be okay. And here you see that it is changing. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this little gallery, and now in this lecture we are gonna build this banner under the gallery. So first of all, what we need to do, we will create a separate section as we create for this gallery, and then we will put this h3 heading, this is h4 heading, and then we will put this paragraph, and then we will insert these images before and after the paragraph, and then this author name, and then at the last we will put this image. So now let's start. Here is after the closing tag of the section. This is the closing tag of the section that is given to the image gallery. Here you can see that our products. So after its closing tag, here we have to create another section, and here is section, and here I'm going to reduce it, and then here I'm going to give a class. Here is banner box, and here in this I'm gonna create a div, and I'm gonna give it the class inside. So here you see that this text is appear on the top side, and this image is just appear like it is the downside. So here I'm gonna give it z index 2 to the text. By here I'm gonna give a div, and here is its class inside, and here is the closing tag of the div. And now in between this, here I'm gonna create h3 heading. Here is the h3 heading, and now here I'm gonna copy it, then paste it here, and here it is, and then here is h4. Here is the h4, and now I'm gonna copy this, and here is this, and now here I'm gonna paste that paragraph. Here I'm gonna first of all copy this paragraph, and then here I'm gonna create a block quote. This is the block quote. Here is the block quote, and then here I'm gonna give it the class quote to give it different styles, and here is the indent right, and here I'm gonna paste that paragraph. And here I want to tell you something, that the first two lines are in the strong, so I'm gonna give it in the strong, and then we will change its color to the orange. Here is the strong, and then here after this block quote what we need to do, we have to create another div that contain this author name, and here I'm gonna copy this. And now after the block code, here I'm gonna create a div. Here is the div, give it the class. Here is a line right, it is on the right side, and here is the indent right, and here is closing tag of the div. And now here I'm gonna give a span. Here is the span, and here is span closing tag. And now here I'm gonna give the class author, and now in between this, here is this, and here is the italic. Here is italic, so it's become italic. And now here it is, this section is complete. Here it is started from this point, and here we have give the indent right to give the margin right to both of these paragraphs and this author name. And now first of all I'm going to give the style to this banner box. Here we have to copy it and then save it and paste it here. Here I'm going to start from this line. Here is the banner box dot, and then here it is. The banner box is this box, and now here we have to give the background color. So a box background color is this hash 2929. It is just like a dark gray. Here it is, and now here I'm gonna give it the padding to this box. Here I'm gonna define 25 pixel from the top, 135 pixel from the left, 35 pixel for the bottom, and 40 pixel for the right side. And here it is. You can see that this box is created. Here is the author name and all the things paragraph, and here are the headings. And now I'm gonna give the style to the H3 heading, the first heading. I'm gonna edit this heading. I'm gonna change its font size, line height, and padding. Here I'm gonna give it banner box, and here is the H3, and here is font size, and here is the line height 40 pixel, and here is the padding 0, and here is, you see its size is increased. And now here I'm gonna give the style to the H4 heading. It have the less size. Copy it and paste it. Here is the H4, and here I'm gonna, and first of all here I'm gonna give the font family. Its font family is Open Sans. That is the passion one that is already given. And here is the line height is 26 pixel, and here I'm gonna give the padding on the bottom side of this heading, so a distance is created on the bottom side. Here you see that padding is given on its bottom size, and I will adjust the rest of the things. We will reduce the letter spacing. Here is letter spacing is become -1 pixel, and then here I'm going to give font weight. Font weight is become 300 pixel, and here is the margin. I'm going to give it the margin from the top to create the distance between two paddings, two headings. Here is, you see that the distance on its top side is created, and now I'm gonna reduce its font size. Here is the font size, Here I'm gonna give it 21 pixel, and here is the text transform to the uppercase. Here is the uppercase, and here it is. And now I'm gonna give the style to the inside div. I'm gonna give it z index. Here you see that this is the inside div. I'm gonna give it z index 2, so then it have the greater z index. Here is the dot inside. Here is the position is relative, and here is the z index is become 2. And now here I'm gonna give the style to this block code by using this code class. Here is the code class. Here is this. And before this, here I want to tell you another thing, that is the padding and the margin of this block code is present, so we have to make it 0. Here we have removed the margin and the padding of description list, so here I'm also gonna write block code. So now it is apply on it, and here you see that margin and padding is reduced. And here is I'm gonna give the style to this block code. First of all, the font size. Here is the font size is 12 pixel, and then the line height is 20 pixel, and then the font style is italic. And here is the position is, I'm gonna give the position is relative, and here is the padding is 0 pixel 0 pixel, and here is the 15 pixel on the bottom side. Here is, you see that the padding is added on the bottom side, the distance is increased on the bottom side. And now I'm gonna give the style to the strong that is inside this paragraph. Here is this text is strong. I'm gonna give it orange color. Here is quote, strong. Here is strong. Here is color. Here is hash B09609, and here we have to give the font weight normal. And now let's execute it. So here it is, and now I'm gonna insert a little space before and after this block quote, and then I will insert these images. So here I want to show you that before this paragraph there is a little space and then this background image. So now I'm gonna insert a little space before this paragraph and then a background image, and here is also the same thing. So first of all, do this thing. Here first of all write the dot quote. Here it is, and here first of all I'm gonna insert the image before the quote and the space before the quote. Here is first of all display inline block, and first of all I'm gonna insert the background image before the paragraph. Here is images, and here is quote before dot png, and here is no repeat 0 0, and then we have to insert this space before the paragraph. And here is the width 14 pixel, and the height is, here I'm gonna give the height of this content, this space and the image. And here is the height is 13 pixel, and here is the margin is 0.5 pixel. Here is 0 0, and now Let's execute it. So here you see that the space and the thing, and now I'm gonna copy it. This 5 pixel margin is add more space before the paragraph. Here this space is not only this space, it is so less. This 5 pixel is added on the left side. So now here I'm going to copy it and then paste it here to insert it after the paragraph. Here is after, and here I'm going to write after here is, and now here I'm gonna give it 6 pixel on the right side. Here is 6 pixel, here it is, and now here is, so a margin of 6 pixel is given at this space. And now I'm gonna give the style to this author, and here it is. And first of all, what we need to do, we have to give the indent right. I will give the indent right later. First of all, give the style to this author text. Here is, copy this and then paste it here. Here first of all we have to put the display inline. Here is the display inline block, and here is the font family. I'm gonna give it open sans. Here is the open sans, and then here is the color of the text is #FFF, and then here we have to give the font size to this text. Here is 14 pixel, and here is the line height is become 20 pixel, and here is the font weight is bold. Here is the bold, and now let's check it. And now here you see that italic text is normal, so I'm gonna give it the normal. Here is, copy this, font weight is normal of the italic text. Here is this, and here is the font weight, normal, and here it is. Here I'm going to give it, here render this, so it is now normal. And now here I'm going to insert the image on this side, then I will insert the style for the indent right, then you can understand it clearly. Here we have to insert the image above the closing tag of the section, or here we have to insert the image, and this is the closing tag of the inside that contain the paragraphs. And here I'm gonna write image source. Here is the source, and here I'm gonna write images, and here is the banner box, and here is the img and dot png, and then here is the class. Here I'm gonna give the class banner image. Here is the banner image, and now let's execute it. Here is the image. Now I'm gonna set this image by using this class. Here is this, and paste it here. Banner img, and here it is. First of all, give it the position absolute to set it on the right side. Here I'm gonna give the right 0, so now it is on the right side, and here is the bottom 0. Here is the bottom 0, and here is, we have not give the position relative to this section, so that's why when we give it right 0, so it moves according to the boundary of this container. We have to give the position relative to this section. Here when we give it position relative, here is banner box, and here we have to write position relative. So now this images move according to the boundary of this section, because this image have the absolute position, and I have already tell you when we give anything to a relative position, so that element is move according to its last position. So now this absolute position is image. When we give it right 0, so it is present on the boundary of this section who have the relative position. And now we have to adjust this text by giving the indent right. Here I'm gonna give the indent right. Here is the indent right. Here is the margin right, 90 pixel. Here is the 90 pixel, and now here it is. So now it is adjusted, and it have the absolute value, so it can overlap or override any other HTML element, but it is move according to the relative position that is given to this section. And thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Thank you for watching this video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this part, and now in this lecture we are gonna build this part. It have this welcome section and the our program section, and these two sections are placed inside a single div who have the width 25%. And here you can see that there is a space on the bottom side of this first section, and we will create this space and all the things. And now we are also able to give these sections in a side element, and if we don't want to use the side element, we can also use the div section and other elements. So now here I'm gonna use the side element, and here is the closing tag of the adjust one have the 66% width, and it contain all of this section, this banner and this picture and products, all is in this section, in this div who have the 66% width. And after this I'm gonna create this 25% width side, and here is this, here is a side, here is a side, and here I'm gonna give it the class who have the width 25%. Here is adjust to, and after this here is the wrap call to create the distance between two classes. Here is the wrap call, and here is the div, and then here I'm gonna, in this sidebar you have to create both of these sections. First of all I'm gonna prepare this section, and for this section here I'm gonna use the section element. Here is the section, and here is the class. Here I'm gonna give it the class indent bottom one. So why we are creating this class indent bottom one? Indent bottom one is just for creating, here we have to write section closing tag. Indent bottom one is just for creating the space on the bottom side of the section. Here you see that I'm gonna create the heading. Here is h2, and here I'm gonna write welcome, and here is the class, here is heading, and this heading one to apply the style on its heading. Here is this is created, and after this we have to create the paragraphs. First of all I'm gonna create this paragraph, copy this and paste it here. Here it is, and here is the paragraph, and here is its tag, and here I'm gonna give it the class to create the space on its bottom side. And now here is the anchor tag, here is the anchor tag, closing tag, and here is the hyperreference, here is hash, and now here is the second anchor tag, hyperreference, and here is, and here is its closing tag. And then after it, here I'm gonna create the second paragraph, and this p1 class is just for giving the space. Here you see that this is a space under the first paragraph, and here is the second paragraph, and here is the paragraph, and here is the paragraph, and here is the anchor tag on this angro plus. Hyperreference, and here is the anchor tag. Both paragraphs are created, and now here you see that there is a border on the bottom side of this second paragraph, so we have to apply here a class hr border 1. And the second thing is we have also need to create the padding on the bottom side of the paragraphs. Here you see that there is a padding on the bottom side of the paragraph. We will create this padding, and this we will create this anchor tag after this paragraph. Here is this, and here is this. This div is created, it have the read more button, and here it is. So now first of all we have to give the style to this heading. We have already defined the style for the adjust to have the 25% width, and now I'm gonna define the style for the intent bottom one. Intent bottom one is just for creating the space between the two sections. Here you see that on the bottom side of this section here is a space, and now let's create it. Here is, I'm gonna define it here. Here is the padding, here is 0 0, here is 60, here is 0, and here is 60 pixel. And now after this, here is, we have to give the style to this heading. We have already defined the style for the h2, and but now here I'm gonna define the style for the heading class. Here is this, here I'm gonna give it the red color to the heading. Here is hash b3, here is b3404, and now let's execute it. Here it is created, and now let's give the style to the paragraphs. Here is this, and first of all we need to place this paragraph is in the strong. It has the different style. Here is the strong, and here is the p1 to create the distance on the bottom side of the paragraph, but I'm gonna create it later. First of all, give the style to the strong. Here is the strong, and here it is. Here we have to give the same color as we give to this heading, so I'm gonna remove it from here, and here I'm gonna give the strong, so that style will be applied on this paragraph that is in the span. And now next thing is we have to create the distances on the bottom side of the paragraph. So here is the paragraph, here is this. Here I have I'm writing the code randomly at any place, but you can download these websites. I have already uploaded a video when this section is start. In that video I have explained how to download the 5 websites from the Udemy, and you can download the sites, you can check its code, and in that websites I have explained the code with the comments. uh, the code is neat and clean. I have arranged all the code so you can check the code from these websites, and I will arrange this code later. And here is the padding on the bottom side of the paragraphs. Here is, I'm gonna write 18 pixel, and here I'm gonna give it the priority, and here is, so now both paragraphs have the distances on its bottom side, but this paragraph have the less distance. Here you can see that, so we can reduce this distance. We have given it the class p1, and you can give it a different padding on its bottom side. Here is, I'm gonna give it, here is the padding to the first paragraph. Here is 6 pixel. Here is important, and now let's watch it. Here it is. And now here I'm gonna check it what styles are not given right now. HR border one is already given, all the styles are given, and now after this section we have to create the second section. Here we have to place this list. Here is this list. This arrow image is in the background of the li. This is an image, this arrow is an image, and it is in the background of the li. And here is the section, and here is the section. And then here I'm gonna specify a h2 heading, our, and it contains the our programs. Here is h2, and here is our programs. And then after it we have to define the ul that contain the list. Here is the ul, here is the class, here is list one. I'm gonna give it list one class to give it the style. Here is the ul, and here is the list item. Here is the list item, and then in between this here is the anchor tag. Here is the hyperreference, and then it is okay. And now we have to place the text in between the anchor tags. Here is, copy this biotechnology and paste it here, and now increase it. And here is, let's look at it. So it is created. Now I'm gonna give it the styles by using it list, that is a list one. I will give the style to the list item, anchor tag, and all the things. Here is, first of all we have to give the padding to the ul, the padding on the bottom side of the ul, because there is a distance on the bottom side of the ul. Here is the padding. Here is 0 0 20 pixel. Here is 0, and here it is. We cannot watch this distance clearly, but if we put some text on the bottom side, so this distance on the bottom side of this ul clearly, we can watch it clearly. And now here I'm gonna give the style to the list items, and we will insert the arrow image. Here is, first of all, display it as a block. So whole list item is display as a block, and its width is become 100%, so it cover all the area that is given to it, that is 25%. Here from this point to this point. And here is padding to every list item. Here is the 4 pixel from the top to create the distances between the list items. Here is the bottom side is also 4 pixels, 16 pixel on its side. And then here is the border top. Here is the border top. Here is 1 pixel solid, and here is hash 3232. This is just for creating a border on the top side of every list item. Here you see that, and we will remove the border from the first one. Here you see that first one have not any border. And now after this we have to give the arrow image in the background of the list item. Here is, you have to write URL. Here is dot 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 images forward slash, and here is a list one, and here is marker dot gif. This is the name of the image, and here is no repeat, and here 0 for the x-axis, and here is a 5 pixel for the y-axis, and here is, this is appear here. And now we will remove the border from the first one. And how to remove the border from the first one? Here you see that this first option have the border, and here I'll tell you, I have already teach you the pseudo elements and the pseudo classes, and here I'm gonna use the first child. So this first child targets the first list item, because this border is applied on only on the first list item. So this first child will target the first list item, and here we are able to give border none. And then here is, let's check it, and here is the border is become hidden. And here you see that this image is literally on the upside, so we have to adjust its position. It is just near the border, so here I'm gonna adjust it. All the images have the 10 pixel on the top side, so all the images are going to be adjusted. Here you see that these images are in the borders, in between two borders. We have to create the distance on the bottom side of the first child. Here you see that there is a distance on the bottom side, and there is no distance because we have to remove the border, so it is disturbed. Here is the padding 0 0, and here is the 6 pixel, and here is a 16 pixel. And here let's render it, and here it is, there is a padding on the bottom side. And now we have to give the style to the anchor tag, and then it will be okay. Here is, and here it is. And first of all, give it the colors to the headings. Here is, I'm gonna give it the gray color, and here is the font size. We have to apply the font size. Here is 14 pixel, and then here is the line height is become 20 pixel, and then here is the padding. Here is 5 pixel from the top and 0 pixel from the left and right, 6 pixel for the bottom side. And now here we have to remove it, and here I'm also gonna apply text decoration none, so the underline is removed, text decoration is none. And now when we take the mouse over the any anchor tag, so it have the white color. Here is the color white, here is the hash ff, and here it is. Here I'm gonna check it. Here we have to write list 1, and here is, it's going to be work. Here is this, and it is working. This distance is added inside this border by using this padding. Here is a 5 top side on the anchor tag is 5 pixel, bottom side 6 pixel, and here is also the padding to the list items. So I hope this is adjusted. I hope you understand all of my lectures. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. In that video we will create this footer. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have created this list and this section. And now in this lecture we are going to build this footer. So first of all, here I want to tell you something, that this border, this line is inside the footer. This is the div. We have given it the height and the background. This is not the border, this is the div. And here I want to tell you another thing, that this copyright text is in the separate div and it have the width 33%. And these list, these archive links and the sport and this social list is in a separate div, and that div have the 66% width. And each list, each div, each list is placed in a separate div, this list in a separate div, this list in a separate div, and this list in a separate div. And every div have the width 25%. And now I'm gonna create it. Here in the footer we have to create this thing, and here first of all, and here is the div, and now here is the closing tag of the div, and here is the class, here is the container, and now here we have to give another div, and it have the class row, so the content is not going to be mixed up. And here is, we have to give footer background, and here increase it, here it is too many, one is extra. And now in the footer background class we will give the background like this, that is given to the section. Here we will also give here in the background of the footer. And now here I'm gonna create another div, and by using this div we will give this line, and here is that div, here is a div, and here is the class, and here is HR border 2, and here is its closing tag. We will give it height and the background. And then I'm gonna create a div which contain all of these things in a wrapper. So wrapper is just for giving the overflow hidden properties and to wrap all the things, all the divs. Here is the class, here I'm gonna give the wrapper, and here is its closing tag. And now here first of all I'm gonna place the first list, that is a first div that contain this text, and here is the div, and here is its class is adjust3. And now here I'm gonna place it anchor closing tag of the div, and then here is the div class, and it contain the wrap call. Here is the wrap call to create some distance. And now in this div we have to create another div that contain this text. Here is, I'm gonna paste it, and here is its closing tag, and here is its name is copyright. And now here in this we have to place this text, and first of all I'm gonna create this C symbol. So how to create this symbol? To create this symbol we have to write and copy and then semicolon. Here we have to write and copy and then semicolon, and here I'm gonna place that text. So this text is in the strong. Here I'm gonna write strong. Here is the strong, and now here we have to write the class footer logo. Here I want to tell you something, that here this logo, this Agro Plus logo, is a text. We have given it the Passion 1 font, and now this text is in the strong. And now after this, here I'm gonna create another div around this text. Here is the div. Here is the div, and then here I'm going to create a link anchor tag around it, hyperreference, and here is the hash, and here is the anchor tag. And now let's execute it. But before this, I'm gonna give the style to the wrapper, to the HR border 2, and all the things. First of all, give the style to the HR border 2, copy it, and then here I'm gonna give the style it here. Here is this. Here we have to type background, and here is gray background hash 3232, and here is the margin. I'm gonna give the margin to the line, and here is the margin of the 00 and 20 pixel on the bottom side to create the distance like this. Here this distance on the bottom side of this div, and here is the height of the div is 3 pixel, so that's why it represent as a line. And here I'm gonna render it, and here is the line, and here is the text. So I'm also gonna give it the style, then it will be okay. And now here I'm gonna give the style to the wrapper. I'm gonna give it properties. Here is at this spot. Here is this. Here give the overflow hidden and position relative. So if anything moves, so it will move according to the wrapper position. And now I'm gonna give the style to the adjust 3. I'm gonna give it 33% width, copy it, and then here I'm gonna increase it, and then increase from this side. Here is a 3, and here is 33.33%, and here is adjust 3, and now it will be okay. And here is I'm gonna give the style to the copyright div. Here let's pick it up and start giving it the style. And before giving the style to the copyright div, I'm gonna give the style to this footer. Here is I'm gonna give the style to this footer, and then I will give the footer background. Here let's start here in the style. After this we have to write footer. Here first of all I'm gonna give the color to the text that is inside the footer. Here is 7171, so it is just like gray type. And then here I'm gonna give the font size to all the text that is inside the footer. Here is 12 pixel, and then I'm gonna give the footer background by using the footer background class. Here it is, and now here I'm gonna give the background URL. Here is the images, and here is the body background.gif, and then here I'm gonna give the padding to it. Here is a 0 for the top, 20 pixel for the left, 30 pixel for the bottom side, and here is the 20 pixel for the right side. And now here it is. So now here you can see that it is little bit adjusted, and here you can see that this is the line of the footer background. It is just like a same color that is present here, the same image that is present in the body in the section is here in the background. And now I'm gonna give the style to this copyright div. Here is the copyright div dot, and then I'm gonna increase the padding of the copyright div from the top side, and here it is. And now let's execute it. So a space on the top side is increased, and now I'm gonna give the style to the text here by using the footer logo class. So a style is given to the agro plus. Here I'm gonna check it while the 2016 is outside the agro plus, so I'm gonna write it here 2016, and now give the style to the footer logo, and here it is. Write the font weight. Here is the font weight is normal, and here is the font size 24 pixel, and here we have to give the line height 30 pixel. Here is the font family Passion 1. Here is the Passion 1, and then here is the color. Here is the haze 7171, here it is, and then here is the margin 7 pixel 000. 7 pixel margin is added on the top side of that text, and here I'm gonna add the display inline block, and now let's check it. Here is our, and here you see that now it is okay. Here is this. So now here it is look like odd because we have not these things. When we create this, then it will be okay. And now I'm gonna create the rest of this thing. So here, first of all, after the closing tag of this adjust 3, here it is. Here we have to create another div whose width is 66%, and here I'm gonna create it here, and it is must inside the wrapper. Here is the closing tag of the wrapper, and here is the class, and I'm gonna give it adjust 4, and I will give it 66% width to contain all the 4 lists that is present here. And now it is created, and now here I'm gonna give it the width 66.6. Here it is, and now here I'm also gonna generate it float left and the display inline block. Here it is, and here is the 4, and now here is this, and inside this adjust 4 div we will create 4 separate divs, and the one div have the 25% width, and in the first div we will place this list, then the second will contain this, third will contain this, fourth will contain the social list. And here is the div, and here is the adjust 2, and here is the, and here we have to give the div the class. Here is the wrap goal, here is the div, and now here I'm gonna create the first list, and here I'm gonna first of all I'm gonna create this heading. Here we have to place h5. Here is the heading, and in between this here is a text, and here it is h5. And now here after this we have to create another unordered list, and that unordered list contain these list items. And here I'm going to create it. Here is the UL, and here is the class. Here I'm gonna give it footer list and footer list class, and here it is the closing tag of the UL, and here is the list items. Here is also the closing tags of the list item, and here is the anchor tag, and here is the hyper reference, and here I'm gonna write October 2016, and here I'm gonna increase it. So now it is created, and here I have put the same name, but you can change the text. It is so simple. So here is the list, and now I'm gonna give it the style. We have already defined the width for the adjust to is 25%. Here you can see that 25%. So now the main div have the 66% width, and we will create 4 divs inside a single div, and every div have the 25% width. And now let's give the style to the footer list. Here I'm going to copy it and then paste it here in the CSS file, and this is the first one. First of all, I'm going to give the style by giving the font size. Here is the font size is 12 pixel of the text, and here is the line height is 18 pixel, and then here is the padding is 0 pixel from the top, 0 pixel from the left side, 10 pixel from the bottom, and the 18 pixel on the right side. So the 10 pixel is on the bottom side. Here you see that the distance on the bottom side, and here it is. And now here I'm gonna give another thing, that is the arrow in the list items. Here you see that this is the arrow, and I will give these arrows. Here is by giving the background. Here is the URL, here is images, and here is the list 1, and here is the marker and dot gif, and here is no repeat, 0 for the x-axis and 6 pixel for the y-axis. And now here it is inserted only on the 1. Here I'm gonna check it. Here we have to provide this style on the list item, so we have missed it, so that's why it look like this. So here is the padding is also apply, and I will apply the rest of the styles in the next lecture. I will complete it in the next lecture. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Thank you for watching this video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we are building this footer, and we'll leave at this point, and now in this lecture we will complete this footer, and we will give the style to the anchor tag. And in the previous lecture, by using the list item, we have inserted these arrows, and now I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tag, and here is the footer list, and here is it. And now here it is, and first of all I'm going to give the color of the gray type, and then here is the text decoration is none, and then here I'm gonna give the hover to the anchor tag when we take the mouse over the anchor tag, so its color is become white. Here is the color, it's become white. Here it is, and now let's execute it. So here you can see that its color is now white, and you can change this text simply. And now I'm gonna create the second list. So for the second list, what we need to do, we just need to copy the code of the first list and then paste it and then just change the text. Here I'm gonna do the same thing. Here is this, we have to copy from the adjust to div and then paste inside the adjust for div. Here is the closing tag, here is it. And now here I'm gonna change the text in both of these, December, and here is September, so it look awesome. Here is November, and here I'm gonna give the text. Here what is the text? Links documentation. Here we have to write links, and here we have to give documentation plugins, suggestion ideas, documentation plugins, suggestion ideas. Here is documentation and here is the plugins. Here is the plugins, suggestion ideas, and here is, I'm gonna place the last one here. I'm gonna check it, sport forum, and now let's check it. So here is the second list is also created, and now I'm gonna create the third one by copying it. Here I have already copied it and it is here, and it have the 3 list items, so that's why it is here. And now support and then dates, so here we have to write support, and here it is. And now the third thing is this social icon list. So here it is, I'm gonna create this inside this adjust for div after closing tag of the adjust to. Here I'm gonna create it, and here I'm gonna copy the previous list and then paste it again, and here it is. And now it also have the adjust to 25% width, and it have not any heading, and here is its list name is different, social list. And then here is, I'm gonna insert the images here, remove this first image here, also remove this one, and here is the, in the anchor tag we have to place the images, source images. Here is the social icon, and here is the one .png, and now here I'm gonna increase it, and here is the 3, and here is, these are inserted. These are just the black logos of the YouTube, Facebook and the Twitter. But here what we need to do, we have to give the gray background to the anchor tags, and when we take the mouse over these anchor tags, so the background color is become red. So this is the gray background of the anchor tag. So here I'm gonna give it by using the social list. Here it is, and now here is this, and now here is list item, and 5 pixels for the top, left, right, bottom, and here is the text align. Here is the text align. Here I'm going to write text align to the right side. So what is the benefit of the text align to the right side? So the anchor tags are aligned to the right here. you see that these anchor tags are now aligned on the right side. It have not any text, but anchor tags are aligned on the right side. And now I'm gonna give the background color to the anchor tags. Here is this and here is this. And now first of all give it the display as the inline block. Here is the inline block, and here is the width. The width is become 27 pixel, and here is the height is 24 pixel, and here is the background is gray type. Here is the 58. So now the background is inserted. So now this is the background of the anchor tag, and here I'm also gonna change the color of the background when we take the mouse over it. And here I'm gonna give the background hash b3. Here is a b30404, and now let's execute it. Here it is. So now all the footer is complete, and from the next video I'm gonna make this products.html page. And then here you see that it have two common things, where one is the footer and the other one is the header. So we will copy the header code from the index.html to here in the products.html, and then we will copy the code of the footer, because we don't need to waste the time to create it again. All the programmer do this thing, and then we will create this gallery. If you have any problems, kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Thank you for watching this. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this footer. Here you can see that this footer, and now in this lecture we are going to build this products.html page. So first of all, to create the products.html page, you have to create a separate page, that is the products.html page. And here there are many things that are common in the home page and the products.html page. This background, this header, and this is the footer. So these three things are also present in the home page. Here this is the footer, header, and the background. So all the page are separate. Here this is the index.html page, this is a products page. So what you need to do, you just need to copy the code that is same in both files, because you don't need to write the code again. You don't need to waste your time. You have to just copy the same code. Here you can see that the header code is same. So here in the products.html there is no slider, so you have to remove the code of the slider from the header. So you just need to copy the same code from the one file to another file. And here first of all I'm gonna create the new file. Here is the new, and now here is the home page. First of all I'm gonna save this file with the name of products.html in the same folder where the other index.html is saved. Here is, and now first of all what we need to do, we have to create the same things, doc type html. Here we have not write the doc type html. Here I'm gonna write doc type html, and what we need to do, we have to copy the same code. We also need this HTML tags, head tag contain the title, meta, and these links to the CSS files. So we need all these things because we have to make different things, a gallery inside the products.html. We also need the CSS style file, we also need the images, we also need the grid.css. so we have to copy all the code that we need. Copy this doc.html, head tag, these style sheets, and this main, and you have to copy till the header. Here is, paste it here, and now you have to remove this slider, remove it. So now this code we need, and now what we need to do, we need to copy the closing tags of the body and main here is, and then we also need to copy the footer code. The footer is also same. Here is still the footer, and now place it here. Here is the footer. So now this page is created. Here you see that this is the closing tags of the main and body. You don't need to write this code again, so that's why I copied it, and I have already created it. And here is the footer, here is the header, and in between this there is a place where we create the content area. And now here is the header and all things are created. Now here is, so here when we click on the products.html page, so it's not going to be open. Why it is not going to be open? Because we have not give the link of the pages here in the anchor tags. Here you see that this is the menu of the products page. Here I want to tell you another thing, that every page have their own menu. This is the products.html page. It also have the code of the header. We have copied that code, and it also have the code of the footer. And this is a technology.html. It have their own code. So every page have their own code, and we have to give the link of the pages. Here you see that this is the products.html, and here when we click on the home, so it go to the index.html. But here we also need to give the link of the page. Here is the products.html. When we click on the products, so products.html is going to be open, and we have not created the technology page, pricing page, so that's why I have not give these links. And here is the index page, and in the index page, that is the home page, when we click on the products, so it is not going to be open. Here you see that this is the index page, and when we click on the products, so it is not going to be open. Why? Because here you see that in the index page, when we click on the product, so it cannot contain any link. So we have to give the link of the pages in every menu, that is in every page. Here you see that this is the products page, and now I'm gonna reload it. And now when we click on the products, so products page is open. We have not provided content, so that's why it look like this. And now in the products page, when we click on the home, so it is also going to be open. And another thing, you have to provide the menu separately for all the pages. Here you can see that products.html have their own menu. You have to provide the links. And the next thing is, here you see that we are on the products.html, and this arrow image is applied on this home, because we have copied this menu from the home, and the current class that is applying the image and that color is on the list item of the home, and we have to apply this current class on the list item of the products. Here is this. So now it is ready. And now what you need to do, you just need to create the content area here in the products.html. And now in between this, we have to create the section. For this we have to copy this section and the div, and here it is. And here copy the closing tags, and here it is. This code is same in the content area, so that's why I have copied. First of all, we have to create the container, then we have to create a div who have the row and the content background class to insert the content background. And now here I'm gonna create another thing. We have to place all of these products inside a section, so that's why here I'm gonna create a section. Here is the section. Here is the closing tag of the section. And now first of all, we will create the heading. Here is the h2. Here is the h2, and here we have to write our products. And now let's reload it. So here it is present. So now here I want to tell you something, that all of these images and the text is placed inside this section. We have to place here all the images, but here I want to tell you something, that first of all we will place these first three images in this row. First row contain three images, and we will place these three images in a single div. Then we will make another div, and then we will place these three images, and then we will make another div, and then we will place these three images in that div. And now here it is. First of all we have to create a div. Here is a div, and here is the class, here is the wrapper, and then here is the indent bottom, and here is the closing tag of the div. So now in this div, first of all we will place these first three images in this div, then we will create the same div like this, and then we will place the next three images. So first of all here is the div, and here is the class adjust 3, and here is the div closing tag, and then here is the div, and here is the class wrap goal, and then here is the div. And now here I'm going to add some space around it, and then here I'm going to place the image, the first image. Here is the source, and here is the images, and then here is the page 2. Here is the image 1.jpg, and then here is the class image indent. So by using this class we can add margin on the bottom and the top side of the image, and here we will give the 33% width to the adjust 3, or in other words each image and the text have the 33% width. After this we have to place the description list. Here is the description list. Here I'm going to add the space, and here is the space. Here is the description list, closing tag of the description list, and here is the class. Here I'm going to place extra, and here is the wrap, and here is a definition list 1, and we have already defined the style for the definition list 1. And here in between this description list we have to place the description term. Here is the description term, and here is the anchor tag, and here first of all I'm going to place the description in caret, and then here is its description dd, and I'm going to copy the description. Here it is. Here is the description, and here I'm going to add some space around the description, and here is it is starting from this and this, and now I'm going to execute it. So here it is present and all things. So now I'm going to adjust it by giving it the styles. First of all I'm going to check while the adjust 3 is created or not. It is created, and now I'm going to give the style to this extra wrap. I'm going to give it display as a block, so whole description list is display as a block, and I'm going to give it overflow hidden. Here is extra wrap, here it is overflow, hidden. Here it is. Now let's render it. Here it is. So now I'm gonna give the style here, save it, and now here I'm gonna give the style to the image indent, give it the margin on its top and the bottom. Here it is. And now here at the end, here is the indents. Here it is. Here I'm gonna give the float left to the image, float left to the image, and here is the margin. I'm gonna give the margin around the image 5 pixel on the top, 10 pixel on the left side, 0 and 0 for the other sides. So now let's execute it. Here it is adjusted, so now it is just same. And now I'm gonna give the style to this image indent bottom. Here you see that what is the function of this indent bottom. Here I want to tell you something, that indent bottom is just used for adding the padding on the bottom side of the div. So this space is created by using this indent bottom class. We have already give the indent bottom padding 32 pixel, and now what we need to do, in the first div we have to create 3 images. So now here I'm gonna copy the code, we just need to change the images. In this div we will put 3 images. So now here I'm gonna copy the code and paste 2 more times. Here it is. And now here I'm going to change the names of the images. Here is the 2, here is the 3. And now let's reload it. So here are the images are present, and you can change this text. So to create the below line, what you need to do, you just need to create this wrapper div again, and then you have to put the 3 times this code. So I'm gonna copy it, and then I will change the names, just the names of the images, and then the new images are inserted. Here is the new one div. Here I'm gonna change it to the 4. Here is the 5. Here is the 6. And now it is inserted, and now I'm gonna copy the div for the third one, but here you see that it have the border bottom on its bottom side, and it have more padding, so we have to edit it little bit. Here I'm gonna paste it, and here we have to give the HR border 1 to create the border bottom, HR border 1. And here is the indent bottom. Here is indent bottom 1 to create more padding on the bottom side. And here is, I'm going to change the names of the images. And here is, these images are present. And here is, we have already defined the style for the indent bottom one. So the bottom side padding is 60 pixel. And now here another thing is, we have to create this link button. So I'm gonna copy its code from the index.html. Here we have already created this. Here is its div and all the things. And now at the end we have to paste this code after the closing tag of the wrapper. Here is the closing tag of the wrapper, and place it after it. Here it is. And now reload it. this is not, this is the page. So now here you see that it is created, and in the next lecture I'm gonna build the technology page, and here I'm going to show you the technology page. This is the technology page, and first of all we will build this site. And at the very first, what we need to do, we have to create the technology.html page. Then we will copy the code of the header and the footer, that is same. We will adjust the menu, we will give the links of the other pages, and then we will create this part and then this part. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this products.html page. We have inserted these products, and now in this lecture we are gonna create this technology.html page. And this technology.html page have two sections. First section is this, and the second section is this. And this section have the width 33%, this section have the width 66%. So what we need to do, we just need to create the two divs in the content area, and first div have the 66% width, second have the 33% width, and we have to put the content. And now here I want to tell you something, that in the technology.html the header is same, the footer is same, the background is same. So you know what you need to do. We just need to copy the code of the header and the footer, and we have to make the menu. Here I'm gonna create a new page and then save it as, here is, I'm gonna save it with the name of technology.html, and then here I'm gonna copy the same code. Here first of all we need to copy the dog type, we also need this title meta, and we also need these links to the css files, because we have to apply the style in the technology.html, this body, main, and we also need this header. Here it is, and here is this. And then after it we need the footer code and the closing tags of the body and the main. Here is, copy this, and here is, this is the footer, and here it is. And now there is a footer, header, and all things are okay. And here I'm gonna show you this thing. Here is reload it, so we have to give the links. Here is, we have to give the link of technology.html in every page. Here is the technology.html, and here is, copy it, save it, and here is, and here is, in the home page we also need technology.html when we are on the home. So when we click on the technology option, so it goes to the technology. When we are on the products page, so we click on the technology, it goes to the technology page. And save it and reload it, and here is the technology. So this page is open, and we have to collect this class. Here is, we have to cut this class, current class, from here and give it here, save it. And now here in between this header and footer I'm gonna create this thing, that is the content area code. We need these two things. We need this section container, it have the class container, and then this div, row div, and here is its closing tag. This content background class is just given to create the background. Here is this. So in this we will create all of the content, all of these two sections. So first of all, here in the technology page we will create a div that whose class is wrapper, so it will contain these two sections. First of all, here write a div and give it the class wrapper. Here is the wrapper, and then here is the closing tag of it, and then Inside this wrapper div we will place both of these sections. So now I'm gonna create this section, and here is, first of all, write section. After is, here is the closing tag of the section, and here is class adjust for, and now it have the 66% width. In this I'm gonna place a div who have the class wrap call, and to create a distance between it and the content, here is the div wrap call, and here is the div, and now here in between this, first of all I'm gonna place the h2 anchor tag. Here is h2, and here is agro technology, and now here I'm gonna check it. Here it is present, and now we will make this part for. So now for this part we have to make another div. Here I'm gonna make it inside this after the heading. Here is the div, and here is the class. Here I'm gonna give it the closing tag of it. Class name is wrapper, and here is the p2 to give the padding on the bottom side. Here you see that this is the padding, and then here is the hr border 1. Here is the hr border 1, and then here I'm gonna put the image src, and here is images page 3. Here is image 1.jpg, and here is the class. Here is image intent to give it the padding, and now here I'm gonna give a description list. Here is the description list, and now here first of all I'm gonna give a class extra wrap. Here is the extra wrap to give it overflow, hidden, and the other properties display block. And here I'm gonna give definition list 1. We have already defined the style for it, and now here I'm gonna give the definition term, description term, and in between this we have to give the anchor tag, because when we take the mouse over the text, so it will show the link. And here I'm gonna paste the text. I'm gonna copy this text and paste it here. And now after this, here we have to place the dd, that is the description. Here it is dd, and here is the dd, and now I'm gonna copy this. Here it is. So now here is the description list, image is present, here is the div. So we have already defined the styles for all the thing, but here I'm gonna check the p2 whether we define the padding for the p2 or not. Here it is not present, so I'm gonna define the padding by using the p2 class. Here is the 15 pixel padding on the bottom side, and now here let's check it. So here it is inserted, the padding on the bottom side, text is fine, and now here we have to add the space on the left side of this text. This is the padding, so I'm gonna give it a class to this paragraph, to this description. Here is, I'm gonna add class, and here is pad left. Here is pad left, means padding on the left side. And now I'm gonna define here, I'm gonna use that pad left. Here it is, and padding left side 35 pixel. Here is a 35 pixel, and now let's check it. So here it is created, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create this thing and this thing. What we need to do, we just need to copy and paste the code again, and we just need to change the names of the images. And here I'm gonna copy the code. Here is, we have to copy this div from the wrapper, and then we have to paste it after it. And here is images 2, and then here it is paste after it again inside the adjust for div. This is the closing tag of the adjust for div. Here you can see that wrap call and the adjust for is here. So now here is the 3, and now here let's execute it. So here all are inserted. Now we have to create the read more button here. So let's start. Here we have to paste the read more button code here after it, and I'm gonna copy that code from here. Here it is present here. I'm gonna copy it and then paste it here. It is same at all place, and now here it is created. And now we have to create this side, and this side have the width, its section have the width 33%. So now let's start to create it. Now let's start here. After this section here, I'm gonna create the next section. Here it is, and here it's closing tag. Here is the section, and here I'm gonna give it the class adjust 3. It have the 33% width, adjust 3. And now here I'm gonna give the div class wrap call, and here is the div, and then here I'm gonna reduce it. And now here first of all I'm gonna create the heading h2, and here is the h2, and here is the quality standards, and here is semicolon. And now after it we have to create the div, and inside that div we will put this numbers and these paragraphs and all the things. And here I'm gonna start it. Here is the class wrapper to wrap all the content, and overflow is hidden and all the things. And here I'm also gonna give it HR border 1 to create the border. Here I'm gonna show you where the border is, and here you can see that the border is present. So this border is going to be created by using this. And here first of all I'm gonna create the number. Here is the span. In this span, first of all I'm gonna put the number. Here is 0, 1, and here I'm gonna give it the class drop cap, and by using this class we will adjust its font size and the font weight. This is the number. And now I'm gonna create this text here. I have already copied, and now here I'm gonna paste it here. So now the first text is inside a div. Here I'm gonna make a div. Here it is, and here is the class. Here is the extra wrap, and here is the padding from the top side, and here is this. And now here, first of all, I'm gonna place this first line inside a separate paragraph, and here it is, class P0. So now we can make its padding from the bottom 0. Here I want to show you why we give the padding top to this div. Here you see that there is a padding on the top side of these paragraphs. Here it is. So this is giving by using this class. And now here, what's the functionality of this P0? To make the padding 0 on the bottom side. Here you see that this red line and this gray line have not the padding between themselves, so this is make 0 by using this class P0. And here I'm gonna give it the strong. Here I'm gonna give it strong, and here I'm gonna give it the class string 1 to give it the different color. Here you can see that it have the different color. And now this is the first paragraph. Here is the div, and now the second paragraph is this second line is in another paragraph. Here it is, and here is the P2, and then here it is. Here is the P. Here is, and now let's execute it. Here it is present, and now I'm gonna give the style to the text, then it will be okay. Here is the paragraph, and here it is, and now let's give it the styles. Adjust 3 is already given, all the styles are given. First of all, I'm gonna give the style to the drop cap. Here is the drop cap, and here in the style, here I'm gonna give the styles. Here is the drop cap, here is the parentheses. Here first of all give the float to the left side, and then here is the font family, is the passion one. Here is the passion one, and here is the font size is 24 pixel, and here is the line height is 30 pixel, and here is the color is become like red. Here is the B30404. Here it is, and now here is the margin is just from the left side 0 and 0, and now let's execute it. So here it is, and now I will give the rest of the styles in the next video. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this part of the technology page, and now we are gonna give the style. We reach this place, and now I'm gonna give the style by using the padding top. So by using the padding top, we are able to give the padding on the top side on this line. So now here I'm gonna give the padding top. Here is the padding left. Here I'm gonna place the padding top. Here it is. And here is the padding top side. Here 8 pixel. And now let's check it. So here is the space is added on the top side, and now I'm gonna remove this space on the bottom side. This is the padding, and for this we have give the p0 class to the first paragraph, to the first strong paragraph. I'm gonna use it, and here is it, and here is the padding bottom is 0, padding bottom is 0, and now it is here, it is adjusted. We have to give it important, and now here is it is removed, and all things are okay. And p2 is already defined, that is given to the second paragraph. And now what we need to do, we just need to copy and paste the code again. Here I'm gonna copy it, and then here it is, we have to paste in the adjust 3 section. Here is the section adjust 3, and here is, and here 2, and here I'm gonna paste it again. Here is 3, and then here let's check it. So here it is created, and now at the end we are going to create these paragraphs. Here I'm going to copy these paragraphs, and after this here I'm going to paste these paragraphs. Here we have to paste these paragraphs after these closing tags. Here it is, and here is the paragraph. So first paragraph, here it is, and here we have to give it the class p1, and here is the color one. I'm gonna give it the color one, I'm gonna give it the white color, so that's why I have give it the class. And here is this text is italic, here is the italic, here is this, and here is another paragraph, and here is the italic, and here is the italic, and here is the paragraph. And now here I'm gonna give the style by using this color class, and here is the color class, here it is, and here I'm gonna give the white color to the text. Here it is, and now let's check it. Here it is present, and now we are gonna create this pricing.html page from the next video. And first of all, what we need to do, we have to create the page, and we have to copy the code of the header and footer and all the things, then we will create this part, then this list part. Thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this technology page. Here you can see that it is complete, and now in this lecture we are gonna start building this pricing page, in which first of all we will build this page. This side, this section have the width 33% and it have the width 66%. 50% is given to this div, this list, 50% is for this list. So now let's start. Here what we need to do, we have to create a new page, then save it as pricing.html. here is, and here is pricing.html, pricing dot html. Here it is, and now here I'm gonna copy the code. Here we also need these two things, section and this div who have the row, class and the content background, and now place it here. And then here I'm also gonna copy the code of the footer and the closing tags of the section and that div. Here it is, and now place it here. And now here it is, the footer is start from this, and here is the section, and here is the header. And now I'm gonna adjust the menu. Here I'm gonna remove this from this and paste it here, and here we have to write pricing.html, sing.html, and I'm gonna copy it and then paste it in the other pages. Here it is in the technology, and then in the products, here it is, and then here it is. So now let's reload it, and here is the pricing page is created, and now we have to create a div that's name is wrapper, and it contains the both section, this section and this section. So now let's start. And here first of all we have to made a div, and it contains the both sections. Here is give it the class wrapper, here is the class, and here is the div, and then here is the section, first section, and then here is the class, and here I'm gonna give adjust 33% width, and here is the section. And now here in between this I'm gonna place the another div that is wrap cool. Here is the wrap cool, and then here is its closing tag. And now this section, in this section first of all I'm gonna put the heading h2. Here is the h2, and here I'm gonna write do you know, and now let's execute it. This section we are gonna build this section. Here I'm gonna copy this text because we need it, and now here it is created. And now let's do the next thing. Now we have to paste the paragraph. I have copied that paragraph. Here is the paragraph, give it the class p1, here is the closing tag, and here is the strong, and now here I'm gonna give the style to the strong text. I'm gonna change its color. So here I'm gonna give it the class str2. Let's render it, and here it is. And now after this we have to place this image and then this text. So here I'm gonna copy the text, we need it, and now we have to paste the image here. We have to include the image. Here I'm gonna write img src, here is it, images, and here is the page 4, and here is the image 1.jpg, and here is the class. Here is the image indent bot. And now here I'm gonna paste these paragraphs. These paragraphs are not copied, so now I'm gonna copy it and paste it here. So now the first paragraph, here is the first paragraph. I'm gonna enclose this paragraph here and give it the class p1 to create the padding on its bottom side, to create the distance between the paragraphs. Here is the closing tag of the paragraph, and then here is another paragraph, and here is its class p1, and here is HR border 1, and here is the closing tag of the paragraph. And now let's go and check it, how it look like. And so the image is inserted, here is the paragraph and all the things. And now here, after this, we have to place this link. So I'm gonna copy its code from here, and here is the read more code. Here is copied, and now here after the paragraph we have to place it. Here it is. And now here we have to change its color, and now here I'm gonna explain all of this. This p1 create the padding on the bottom side, here you see that, and then this HR border 1 create the border bottom, and this p1 also create the padding on the bottom side, here it is. And this image intent bot creates the margin on the bottom and the top side, and then this str2 is just used for changing its color, and I'm gonna give that style, and p1 is just for creating the padding on the bottom side. So now here I'm gonna use the str2. Here it is, use it here. Color, here is, we have to give hash b09609, and it is orange type color, and here it is. And now here I want to tell you another thing. When in the technology, here we have not provide the style for the str1. I have remind this thing now. So now we are going to give the style to this string 1 str1. We have give the class to this text, and here I'm going to define the style for it, str1, and here I'm going to give the font weight normal, and then the text transform to the uppercase, and here it is. Now I'm gonna create the second part. Here it have the 66% width total, 50%, that is the 33% is given to this, 33% is given to this. So now let's create it. Here in the pricing, after this section closing tag, this is the closing tag of this section, and here I'm gonna create the next section. Here is create the section, here it is, and here is its closing tag, and now here is the adjust for that have the 66% weight, and here is the div class wrap goal. Here is the wrap goal. And here is the div. And now first of all here I'm gonna create the heading h2, and here is the closing tag of the h2, our prices. And now let's execute it. Here it is, and now here I'm gonna make it small, then it will be okay. And now after this I'm gonna create another div, and now this whole area have the width 66%. So now I'm gonna create a div that contain only this list, and it have the width only 33% is given to it. 33% is given to it. And now here I'm gonna use adjust 3. Here is the adjust 3. Here we have to remove it. First of all, write div, and here is the class, and here is the adjust 3, and here is the closing tag of the div, and here is the wrap goal. And here is the div. And then in between this I'm gonna create the first list, that is here, and then here it is price list, and then here it is the UL. And now in between this list, first of all we are gonna make a list item, and in that list item background we will put this image, this arrow, and then we will make we will put a span, and in that span we will put this anchor tag, and then we will give it float to the left, and then we will create the price, and then we will give it float to the right, and then we will give a span, and in the background of the span we will give this image, and it have the repeat property so that this dot image is repeat. So now here I'm gonna create the li. Here it is, and now here I'm gonna give the anchor tag. Here it is, and here is the closing tag, hyper reference. And now here I'm gonna add a space, and now here we have also need to give a class to the anchor tag, because we have to give the style to the anchor tag when we take the mouse over it, so its color is going to be changed. Here I'm gonna write milk water. Here is the water, and this is the anchor tag, this is the text shown on the screen, and here after this we have to give this price in the span. Here I'm going to copy it, and here I'm going to give it in the span. Here is the span, and here is the closing tag of the span. Here it is, and then here we have to give the class, and here is the price, and then here I'm gonna give another thing, that is a span. In the background of that span we will give this dot image. This is an image, this dot is an image, and here I'm gonna give that span. Here is the span, and here I'm gonna give it the class filler. Here is the class name is filler, and now here I'm gonna execute it, but now here are two things are present. I'm gonna give it the style by using the price list price item, then it will be okay. Here it is, and now let's start. Here it is. First of all, give the style to the price list. Here it is, and now here I'm gonna give the style to the list item of the price list, and here is the overflow is hidden, and then here is the font size is 14 pixel, and here I'm also gonna give it the line height. The line height is 18 pixel, and here is the padding. The padding is 0 pixel for the top left, 12 pixel for the bottom, and 14 pixel for the right side. And now let's execute it. We have to save it, and now let's watch it. So here a little distance is added, and now here we have also need to add the background. Here is the background is URL. Here it is. Here is images, and here is the list one. Here is the list one marker, that is the arrow, and arrow is going to be represent here is the no repeat, and then 0, and then the 5 pixel for the y-axis, and here it is. In my next lecture, I'm gonna give the style to the price item, to this anchor tag and all the things, and I will put this image in the center, the dotted image. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this thing in the pricing page, and now in this lecture we are gonna build this, we are gonna give the style to this list. And first of all, I'm gonna give the style to this price item anchor tag. We have given it the price item class. Here you can see that price item class is given to the anchor tag. I'm gonna use this class, and here it is, price item. Here it is, and here is give it to the float left, and then here is the color is become gray. Here it is, and then here is the text decoration none, and here is the maximum width is 70%, the width of the anchor tag, and here is the margin 0 pixel, and from the top, and 6 pixel from the left side, 0 pixel and 0 pixel from all the sides. And now here you see that is 0 pixel, here you can see that, and the 6 pixel is added on the left side. And now I'm gonna give the style when we take the mouse over this anchor tag, so its color is become white. So I'm gonna use this class. Here it is, and here is the hover, and here is its color is become white, and here it is. And now I'm gonna give the style to this price by using its class name, that is price. Here it is. Here I'm gonna show you, here is the price is given to the price class is given to the price, and here I'm gonna give it float to the right side, so it will be on the right side. And here is the margin, I'm gonna give it the margin on the right side only. Here is the 6 pixel, and here is the width is 60 pixel, and here is the text align is to the left side. Text is started from the left side, and Here is hash b3, and here it is in the red color. And now in between this I'm gonna place the dotted image. So how to fill the dotted image? Here I have created a span, and we are gonna give the dotted image by using this class filler, and I'm gonna give the dotted image in the background of the span. Here it is. And now here is the display. First of all, I'm gonna give it the display block. Here is the display as a block, and here is the background image. Here is the URL. Here it is, images, and here is the filler dot gif, and here is repeat in the x-axis direction, and here is the bottom. So in the y-axis it is on the bottom, and here I'm gonna reload it. So now I'm gonna give it some height, then it will be shown to you. Here is the height. Here is the 15 pixel, and then here is the overflow hidden. So now let's reload it. And here you see that these dots have not enough width like these dots. So why it is happening? Because the whole width of this div is 66%, and we have to give the 50% of this div to this list, but we are using this adjust 3, so it is not giving the proper 50% of the 66%. So now here I'm gonna give the 5 adjust 5, and I am gonna create another adjust 5, and it will give the 50% width. Here it is. And now here it is. And now I'm gonna increase this list. Here you see that it is created this dot is an image, and I have give this dotted image in the background of this span by using its class filler. And now here I want to tell you another thing, that this image is too small, we cannot see it. Here I'm gonna show you this image. Here is the image. Here is this, and this is a simple dot. Here it is GIF type, that's why it is loaded here. Here I'm gonna zoom it. Then this is the dot. Here you can see that this is this tiny dot. We have give it the height and width to this span. That's why it is shown like this, and this dot is repeated over the screen. And now let's increase this list, and here is this list item, and here is the UL. And now here I'm gonna increase it 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Here I have created the 8, and here is load it. First of all save it, then reload it. So here it is created, and now here I'm gonna increase more. Here it is, copy and paste it here, and here is this, and reload it. And here now we have to create the second list. You can change this text easily, presses, and now we have to create the second list. So now what we need to do, we have to copy this adjust 5 div. Here is copy this, and here is the UL and all the things, and here is this, copy it, and then here is in between this we have to paste it, and then here reduce the list items in this list. And now here is the second one, and here it is, and now both are looking same. So now this is ready, and now in the next lecture we are gonna build this contact.html. Here you can see that we will build this form and this description list. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this pricing.html, and now in this lecture we are gonna build this contact page. First of all, we will build this area. This have the 33% width, it have the 66, and now this is the description list. And now let's start. Here I'm gonna create a new page. Here it is. Save it as contact.html. Now copy the code. Here I'm gonna copy the code from the pricing page, and here it is, and here is copy, add this line and paste it here, and now here it is, and I'm gonna copy these last two tags, and here is this and this, and now the footer is created, and here is the section, and now here is the contact.html, and now I'm gonna copy this and then paste it here in the pricing.html. And here it is, and here is the contact.html, and here is also present. And now let's execute it, reload it, and here is it. And now I'm gonna set it current class, and here is cut from this and paste it here, and then here in between this I am gonna make the first section that is for the addresses, and here is its class name is adjust3. Here is the adjust3, and then here is the section, and now here is the div class, and here is the wrap call, and here is the div closing tag. And now in between this, first of all I'm gonna place the h2 heading. Here is the h2 heading, here is the h2, and here is the contact info, and now here it is, and now here is this. All of this text is present in the paragraph. This description list is also made in the paragraph. So now here I'm gonna create a class p1, and now after this here is its closing tag, and here I'm gonna give a strong class. Here is the strong, and now here is the aggro plus, and here it is, and now here I'm gonna give the class str2, and now in between this I'm gonna create the description list. Here it is, and now here I'm gonna copy this, so leave it, and I'm gonna copy it when I need it. So here is the first description list, here is it, and here is its classes. I'm gonna give it class address to give it the style. Here is the description list closing tag. So first of all we have to place the description term. Here is the description term, and the description term contain the address. Here is this, and now here I'm gonna place the address. Here it is, copy it and paste it here, and then after this we have to write the description of the term. Here is first dd, and first of all in between this I'm gonna place these two things. First is the telephone number, and then we have to place the email and all the things. And here is, and I'm gonna make the telephone number in the span. Here is in the span, and then here is bold, and then here is also bold. And now here I'm gonna increase it. Here is email. Here we have to edit it, and we have to write, here is the fax, and then here is the email, and I'm gonna copy it and then paste it in the anchor tag. Here I'm gonna place it inside the anchor tag. Here is place this email and then make it the anchor tag. Here is hyperreference, and now here is the address. And now I'm gonna copy it and now paste it again. Here it is. So now two description lists are now created. Here I'm gonna reload it. So here these description lists are created. So now I'm gonna give it the styles by using these address class. And now let's use this class. Here is dot address. First of all I'm going to give the style to the description term, and here is the display as a block. Here is the block, and then here I'm going to give the font weight is normal, and then here is the color is become gray. Here is the 7171, and then here is the font size. I'm gonna give the font size to it 12 pixel, and then here is the line height is the 18 pixel, and here is the width of the description term. The address is 235 pixel, and now here it is. This text is managed now, and now here I want to tell you something, that we have to create the space between these description lists. So now here I'm gonna give the padding to the description list on the bottom side. Here is the padding, here is the 0 0, and here is the 20 pixel 0. And now let's execute it, and here is the space is added. And now I'm gonna give the style to the description. Here is the description, this is the description. I'm gonna give it a little style like this. Here is the address, and here is the DD, and first of all I'm gonna give it the font size 12 pixel, and here is the line height 18 pixel, and here is the color is 7171, 71, and here is the overflow, here is the hidden. And now let's reload it, and now I'm gonna give the style. Here I'm gonna check its class address, and now I'm gonna give the style to the text that is in the span. Here is the address, and here I'm gonna apply the float to the left side, and here is the width to the 59 pixel. These are the headings in the span, email, telephone, and here is the text line to the left side, right side. The text is aligned to the right side, and here is the margin is on just on the left side, 0 and 0. And now here you see that these text are floated to the right side, and text is also aligned to the right, and we have give it the width and then the margin on the left side. This is the margin on the left side. And now these description lists are okay, and now I'm gonna create this form in a separate section. Come on here, and after this section we have to create another section who have the width 66%. And now let's start. Here is the section, and here is its closing tag, and now here is the class. Here I'm gonna give the class adjust for 66% width, and then here is the wrap call. And here is the div, and here is I'm gonna give a heading of the form. Here is the heading, contact form. And now here I'm gonna create a form. Here it is, form, and here we have to give it ID contact form. And now here it is, and now here we have to give the field set, and here is the field set. And now in between this, first of all we have to create the input fields, and we have to put these names along with the input fields, and these input fields and names are in the label. So now here I'm gonna make the label, and here is the label, and here is the span, here it is. And now here I'm gonna give name, here it is. And now after this span we have to give the input type text. Here is the text, and now here it is, increase it, and here is the input type is email, and then here is the email, and then here is I'm gonna create a text area for the message. Here is the text area, and here is the message, and now here is this. And now after this we have to create these buttons. these are the anchor tags. So now for this I'm gonna create it, then I will give the style to each and everything. Here is the div, here is its class is btns buttons, and here is the closing tag of the div, and then here is the anchor tag, and here is the hyperreference, and here is this, and here is reset, and here is the button, and then here we have to write the send, and now it is okay, the form is made it. Now we have to give it the styles. So first of all I'm gonna give the style to the contact form. This is the ID of the form, and then I will give the style to each and everything. Here in the style, this is the ID, here we have to write this. First of all give it the display as a block. The form is going to be displayed as a block. Here is the position is relative, and here is the margin. I'm gonna give the margin to the form 7 pixel from the top, 0 0, and now here it is. So the space is created between the form and the heading due to the margin, and now this is the full field set. This border is the field set. I'm gonna remove it, and here we have to write field set, and here is the margin is 0 0, and here is the padding is also 0, and here is the border is none. And now here I'm gonna give the style to the label. Here I'm gonna use this contact form ID, and here is the label, and I'm gonna give it the display as a block, and here is minimum height of the label that contain the input fields and the text. Here is 34 pixel, and here is the position is relative, and overflow is hidden. Here is the overflow is hidden, and now let's check it, and here you see that field set is removed, the height and width is given to the label, and now here I'm gonna give the style to the text that is appear outside these fields. Here is the text, and now here we have to write hash contact form, and here is the span, and here it is. And now first of all give the float to the left, and here is the width 69 pixel, and here I'm gonna give text align to the right side, and here is the margin 4 pixel from the top, 8 pixel from the left side, 0 pixel and 0 pixel. So now here I'm gonna show you this margin is added on the left side of this text on the top side, and now here I'm gonna give the rest of the style in the next video. So thank you for watching this video. We will complete this form in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we are building this contact page and we reach at this point, and now I'm gonna give the style to the input fields and this text area. I'm gonna give those styles that are common in both of these fields. So now here I'm gonna write contact form, here is input, and here is text area, and here is this, and now here we have to give width for 90 pixel, and here is font size, here I'm going to give 12 pixel, and here is padding 5 pixel, 5 pixel, 5 pixel from all the sides. Here is bottom side is literally more, 6 pixel and 5 pixel, and I'm gonna give it hash important. And now I'm gonna give it the background to these fields. Here I'm gonna write its background is just like a gray, like the body background. And here is the outline of these fields are none when we take the mouse over it, or when we click on the field, so outline is not going to be represent. Here is the font family is Arial, and then here is the display as a block. Here is the display as a block, and here I'm gonna give the color is hash 7171 gray type. To the text, color of the text is gray, and here is margin is 0, and here is the box shadow is this 3 pixel, 3 pixel and 3 pixel. What is the box shadow? When we click on it, so a shadow is going to be spread. And here is the color and the opacity. Here is the black color, this is the black color, and here is the black color. Opacity is 0.1, and here is the inside, it is inside the input fields. And now let's check it. So now here when we click on it, so a little shadow is present inside the fields. I'm gonna remove these borders, these are too bad. Here is the border, 1 pixel solid, and hash 46 46 46, and here it is. So now the border or dull, and here I'm gonna give the float to it left side. And now I'm gonna give the properties that are different in both of these things. Here I'm gonna give the height to the text area and the height to these input fields. And here it is, here is the input. First of all, I'm going to give the height to this input field is 15 pixel, and now here it is. Here I'm gonna remove this height, it is less. Here I'm gonna increase it to the 30 pixel. So now it will be okay. And now I'm gonna give the height to the text area. Here I'm gonna copy this and then paste it here. And then here is the text area, and here it is. And here is the height is 115 pixel, and then here is the overflow auto. Here is the auto, and then here is the resize, none. So the text area is not going to be resized, and here it is. So now we are gonna align these buttons, and here I'm gonna give the padding and the align these buttons. Here I'm gonna use these classes btns, and here I'm gonna give the padding to these buttons from the top, so a distance is created from the top message area. And so here the distance is created from the top, and here I'm gonna give text align to the right side, and here is the overflow hidden. Here it is. And now here we have to give the margin to the anchor tag, margin from the right side to the anchor tag. Here I'm gonna give it here it is, and here is the margin from the right side, 35 pixel. and here it is. Now here I'm gonna check it. So now it is at this side. I'm gonna write here the margin right, then it is properly apply on this. Here it is, and now it is okay. So now the whole website is ready. We have built all the pages. Here is the products, technology, pricing, and the contact. So now what you need to do, you just need to practice this code. You need to clear your concept. I have already provided the websites. I have already uploaded the website and its codes and images and all the things. You can download the website, you can check its code, and from the next video I'm gonna build the second website. So thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion in the course. I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have completed our first website, and now in this lecture we are going to start this second website. Here you can see that it is awesome. Here this is the awesome font, and I'm going to teach you each and everything how to build this logo and the header. So first of all, this is the home page, and we are going to start coding this home page. And now here I want to tell you another thing, that this logo and this menu is placed inside the header, and this black area is the header, and then this slider is placed inside a separate section. It is not inside the header. And then the content area is start from this point, and the content area is in the separate section, and this is the footer. So now let's start create the website. Here is, I'm gonna create new folder. I'm gonna give it to name, and here first of all I'm gonna create a folder for the CSS files, and then here I'm gonna create the index.html, the home page. Here it is. Here check it. Here is 2, and now here I'm gonna write index.html. And now after this we have to create the CSS files, style.css and the grid.css. So now here it is. I'm gonna save it in the CSS, style.css, and here it is. Here I'm gonna give grid.css, and now here the both files are created, and now I'm gonna create the HTML page structure of this home page. So now here first of all start with the doc type. Here is HTML, and then after this we have to place HTML tags, and here is also HTML, and then here is the head, and then here is the closing tag of the head, and then here we have to place the body after the head. It contains all the code that is shown on the page, and now here I'm gonna save it. And now here in the head, first of all I'm gonna give it the title. Here is its title. You can give it any title. Here I'm gonna give it new, and now here I'm gonna put the link code to link the CSS files. Here is the link, and here I'm gonna write hyperreference CSS folder, and then here is the style.css, and then here is the type is equal to text CSS, and then here is the relate to the style sheet, and then here I'm gonna increase it. Here is the grid.css, and now here in the body we have to create the structure of this page. So first of all the header, then a section for slider, then a section for the content area, and then a footer element. And here it is. First of all header, and before the header here we have to place another element, that is the main. All of this content is placed inside the main. So here I'm going to create the main, and here is the main. And then here first of all we have to place the header, and here is its closing tag, here it is, and then a section for the slider, and here it is, and here is the closing tag, and then a section for the content area. Here it is the section for the content area. And now after this we have to place the footer. And here is the footer. And now what we need to do, we just need to include the fonts. Here you see that this is a awesome font here, and I'm gonna include this font and other one that is here. This is Lotto font, and this stylish font is the Bilbo font. So I'm gonna include these files. I'm gonna include the add font face. First of all, here I have already downloaded the files of the font. Here you see that. Here I'm gonna cut these files, and here I'm gonna paste it inside the CSS files. Here it is. And now I'm gonna include these fonts in the style.css by putting the font face. Here is the font face, and then here is font family. First font family is Bilbo, that is the rough font, and the stylish font here is Bilbo. And here I'm gonna give it source is, here I'm gonna write URL, and then here I'm gonna copy its name, Bilbo regular, and here is, and its type is OTF. And now I'm gonna again copy it, and then now I'm gonna include the Lotto font. Here is, we have to write Lotto, that is the simple font. Here is, we have to write Lotto, and now copy its file name, and here paste it here, and here is TTF, and now it is included, and this is the Lotto and this is the Bilbo. And now the next thing is, we also need the images, that is here this is an image, this is an image, this calendar is an image. And now here I have already downloaded the images, and here is the images, and now I'm gonna put all of these images here in the website folder in the 2. Here is the images, and now what we need to do, we just need to give the style to the body. I'm gonna give the basic style, and in the next lecture I will teach you how to create this logo and the menu in the header. And now I'm gonna give the style to the body. Here is the body, and here I want to tell you something. If you write this comma if you write this name and the extension of the font in the comma, then it will be okay. Sometimes it creates the problem when the words have the spaces, so that's why I have write it. And now here I'm gonna give the style to the body. First of all, give it the width 100% because website is 100%. It is on the full screen. Here you can see that it is on the full screen, so that's why we have to give the 100% to the body. And here I'm gonna remove the padding and margin of the body. Here is the margin, and then here I'm gonna give the font size and the line height to all the text that is in the body. If we cannot apply font style or anything on it, and here is Arial, and here is color is hash 484848, and here is the font style is italic, and then here is the background is white. And now let's execute it. Here is its file. Now it have not any style, so there is nothing display on this website. And in the next lecture we will build this logo and this menu. We are gonna start doing it. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hello guys, in the previous lecture we have built the HTML page structure. Here I'm going to show you. Here we have included these fonts. I have give the style to the body, and now in this lecture we are going to start building the header. So here is the header, and now let's start. First of all, we will insert the logo image in the heading. And now here in the header, first of all we have to write, here is a div, here it is a div, and inside this div we will put both things, the navigation bar and the heading. Here is first of all the heading, it contains the image, and here is anchor tag, and here I'm gonna give hyper reference of the index.html. when we click on the image, so the index.html will again open, and here is the image source, and here is the images /logo.png. and now I hope it is okay. And now here let's check it, but now it have not any style. We will give it a style, then it will be okay. Now after this we have to create the navigation bar in the nav element. Here is the nav, and here is closing tag of the nav. And now here what we need to do, we have to put the UL. Here it is the closing tag of the UL, and here is the menu. And now here what we need to do, we have to put the list items, and here is the list item. And now here is the anchor tag, here is the closing tag, and here is the home, and here is the hyper reference and hash. And now here I'm gonna give it the class current. We have already used this current class, so now we are in the index.html page, so we will use this class to give it the different color when we are on the home page. And here you see that it have the orange color, so this is given by using that current class. And now let's give it the style. Here I'm gonna first increase it. Here it is about, and here is the services, and here is the products, and now one more is the contacts. And now we are gonna give the style to it, and here it is. First of all, give the style to the header. Here it is. Here first of all I'm gonna give the width to the header. So header have the 100% width. Here is the 100%. Here you can see that this header is spread over all over the screen, so that's why its width is 100%. And now here I'm going to give a background image to the header. Here I'm going to show you the background image. Here is the background image, that is just a strip. And now here it is, background, and here is the URL, here is images, and here is the header, background.jpg, and here is 00, and 00 is the position in the x-axis and y-axis, and here is repeat. So this image is going to be repeat when it not cover the full area of the header. And now here it is present, and now we will adjust it, then it will be okay. And here is the border, bottom. I'm gonna apply a white border on the bottom side. Here you see that a white border is applied. Here you can see it here. And now here it is 1 pixel solid. Here is HFFF. To the H1 heading, here is the H1. And first of all I'm going to give it display inline block. Here is the display inline block, and then here is the Z index. I'm going to give it the Z index. Here I'm going to give the greater Z index to this header and to this menu, and then I will give the lower Z index to this slider. Here you can see that this slider image is just like that, it is downside and this header is on the upper side. Here you can see that this image is just on the down side of this header. This header is on the top, so that's why I'm gonna give it the greater Z index. And here I'm gonna give it 2Z index. So then I will give the 1Z index to the slider, and now I will give the same Z index to this menu, so then it will be shown on the top, and then I will give the lower Z index to this slider. And now here I'm gonna give it margin from the left side. First I will show you how it look like. Here you see that it have not the space on its left side, so now I'm gonna create the space on its left side by giving the 300 pixel, and then here I'm gonna give it the margin from the bottom side, so a space is created under the logo, and here is the margin from the top side of the logo is 16 pixel, and here is the position of the logo is relative. Here is the relative, and then here is the float to the left. Here is the left, and now here let's execute it. So now it is render, and now it is just okay. When we give the style to this UL, then it will be completely okay. Now I'm gonna give the style to this navigation element who contain this UL. Here is this and this. First of all I'm going to give it display inline block, so there is no new line before and after it. Here is the display inline block, and then here I'm going to give it the Z index to this menu equal to the logo Z index. So now both have the same Z index, both are shown on the top. And now here I'm gonna give it position relative, and then here is the float to the right side. Here is the right, so now the menu is shown on the right side. Here we have to write this semicolon. So now here the menu is on the right side, it will be okay. It is just when now we are writing the code, so that's why it is happening. And now here is, I'm gonna add the margin from the right side of the menu, so the space is created on the right side 300 pixel, and then a space is created on the bottom side of the margin. Here is 20 pixel, and now let's render it. So now here you see that this is the space is created 300 pixel, and here is also the space is created. And now here I'm gonna remove the margin padding and the list style of the UL. Here is the UL, here it is something other, and here is the margin, and here it is the padding, and then here is the list none, and now it's okay. And now here I'm gonna apply the style on the UL. Here is this UL. First of all, I'm gonna give the margin on the top side of the UL a little margin, and here I'm gonna write UL dot menu. And here I want to tell you something, that whenever we write the element name and then we have to write its class name, so don't add the space between the element name and the class name, because this class is given to this element, so that's why we don't need to write the space, otherwise it will create the problem. But when we are writing a completely different class, here mu is a class, and then it is not allowed to write the element name with the class name which is not given to it, then we have to write the space, so it will not create any problem. But now this class menu class is given to the UL, so that's why we don't need to write any space. And here I'm going to give the margin 28 pixel top side, and all the sides are 0. And here is the display inline block. Here is the inline block, and now I'm gonna give the style to the list items. Here is the distance is created on the top side, and now I'm gonna give the style to the list items. Copy this and paste it here, and here it is. And now here I'm gonna write float left, and then here I'm gonna give the line height. Here is the 30 pixel, and now here, and now I'm gonna add, first I will show you, here is the float left, and now I'm gonna add margin on the right side of every list item, so a distance is created between the list items like this. This is the margin, right? And here I'm gonna write margin, and here is the 30 pixel. I think 48 pixel is fine. And now I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tag that is in the list items. Here I'm gonna copy this, paste it here, and here it is. And now here I'm gonna give the font size. Here is the font size is 25 pixel, and then here is the line height 30 pixel, and here is the color of the text is, here is hash F2 F2 F2, it is just like a gray color. And here is the display inline block, and now here is, I'm going to give the style when we take the mouse over the anchor tag, so this style is going to be shown on the screen. Here is hover when we take the mouse over the anchor tag, so this color is going to be shown. Here is here it is, and now let's execute it. So now here you see that when we take the mouse over it, so a color is shown. And now here I want to tell you another thing. We also need to apply a style on the current class. We have created a current class when we are on the home page, so it will apply the style on the current. Here list item, and here I'm gonna write ul dot menu, and now this style is going to be applied on the home. Here I'm gonna check it. Why this orange class is applied on all? Here you see that we have applied this class on all of these elements. In one page in the index.html we have to apply this color only on the home, and now it's okay. Here it is, and now we are on the home page, so it have this color. And here you see that this black background is not applied. So why this is not visible to us? Because we have give the float left to this h1 heading, and then we have give the float right to this navigation bar. So now both elements, a header and this h1 and all the things are mixed up, and these things are float onto each other. So that's why here I'm gonna create a div, and after this navigation bar, and I'm gonna give it the clear both, then it will be okay. Here is the div, and here is the class clear, and here is the div closing tag. And now here I'm gonna use this class to give the clear both property, because we are not able to give the clear both to the nav because we have give it the float right, and we are not able to give the clear both property to a floated element. And now here I'm gonna use it clear, and here is this and this, and now here I'm gonna give the clear both, and now here is the width of this div is 100%, and then here now let's check it. So now it is edit, and now here you see that all the menu is okay. Now we have to apply the font on it and the style on these anchor tags. Here first of all, here is I'm gonna apply the Bilbo font. Here is the font family Bilbo, and now we have already included it, and now I'm gonna make this is I'm gonna give the text decoration and all the things. And here is the margin right, margin top, and here is the margin right of the list items. So all the things are now applied, and now I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tag. Here all the anchor tags. Here is the text decoration none. First of all, text decoration is become none, and then here I'm gonna give the vertical align to the top. So in the y-axis all the anchor tags are aligned to the top position, and then here when we take the mouse over the anchor tags, and here is its text decoration is already none, and here I'm again apply this because we will apply a text decoration underline on some anchor tags. So when we take the mouse over these anchor tags, so it's become none. Here is none, and now let's check it. So now it is made it, and in the next lecture I'm gonna build this slider. So thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this header, and now in this lecture we are gonna build this slider. So if you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. So now let's go and build the header slider, and here is the section for the slider. First of all, here I'm gonna give a class to this section. Here is this, and here I'm gonna give it slide, and then here I'm gonna create a div, and its class name is slider, and here is its closing tag. And now here I want to tell you something, that this slide class is given to this section because we want to give the width 100% and the background white. So that's why this section class is spread on all over the screen. It have the white background here, and then in this div, slider div, we will put this image and we will give it the height and the width, and width is 1080 pixel and all the things. And then here I'm gonna make another div, and in which we will put this text, and here it is. First of all, I'm gonna insert the image. Here it is, src images. Here is slider one.jpg, and now after this we have to give the text in the div. Here it is. Here is the div, and here is the banner, and then here is the div. And now in between this, here I'm gonna give the first paragraph. Here is the paragraph, and here is the class text1, and in between this I'm gonna paste the first paragraph. Here, first line, we have got an idea. Here I'm gonna show you. Here it is. Copy this text and then paste it here, and now here it is. And now this idea is in the strong. Here is strong. Here is the strong. And now here after this we have to give another paragraph, and here is that paragraph, and give it the class text2. Here is p, and now here it is. And now here is the closing tag of the div. This div contains the text. Here is the image and all the things. And now I'm gonna render it, and here is the image. This I is the part of the image, and here is the text. And now we are gonna adjust it, then it will be okay. And now I'm gonna give the style to this slide, then I will give the style to this slider, and here I'm gonna give it the style. Here it is, and here I'm gonna add a comment slider, so we can see that the slider is starting from here. Here it is, and here is this, and here is the slide. First of all, give it the width. Here is the width is 100%, and here is the height of this div is 496 pixel, and then here is overflow hidden, and here is the z index. I'm gonna give it the z index 1 because we have give the z index to the here to the menu and the logo. So now it is appear on the top, and this images appear little bit down. It have the lower z index, and then here I'm gonna give the margin 0 pixel auto to move it in the center, and here is the position, and here is the background hash FFF, and here is the border bottom. Here is 1 pixel solid, and here is hash FFF. And now let's render it. So now I'm going to give the style to the slider, and then it is adjusted because now we have given all of these styles to the div that is around it. And here I'm going to give it the style to the div that contains the image. Here is the slider, here it is, and first of all give it the width of this div is 1080 pixel and height is 496 pixel. Here is 496 pixel, and here is the overflow hidden, and then here is the position is become relative, and here is the margin 0 pixel auto. And now let's execute it. So now it is in the center, and this is also the port of the image. And here you see that we have given it the width and the height. Here why we have given it width 1080 pixel and the 496 pixel height, because it is the width of this image. Here I'm going to show you dimensions are 1080 and the 496, so that's why we have given it the width and height of the image. And now I'm going to give the style to the banner div. Here is the banner div. First I'm going to adjust it. Here is that contain the text, here is the banner, and here is first of all the position, here is the relative, and then we have to give it absolute position because we have to move this div at this point. And now here it is, and here I'm gonna give it the z index 0. Why I give it the z index 0? Because this text is shown below the slider image. The greater z index is of this header, so it is shown on the top, and then the lower z index is the slider, so it is shown under this header, and then this text have the lower z index than this slider, and it is shown below the image. And now here is I'm gonna give it the position to this div 97 pixel, and here is the left side is 723 pixel, and then here is the width of this div is 320 pixel. And now it is on this side. Here you see that this text is appear, and now I'm gonna adjust this text by giving the style to the text one. Here I'm gonna use this class. The text one is this first line, and I'm gonna give it the margin on the left side and the bottom side, and then I will give it the white background. Here you see that this is the text one. We will give the margin on the left side and the bottom side and display it as a block, and then we will give the font family separately to this text one because we are going to use this text one at many places. So here first of all text one, here is the text one, and this style is only going to be applied on the text one that is inside the banner, and we will create so many text one at many places. So here is the block, and then here is the margin left, here is the 88 pixel, and then here is the margin bottom, here is the 25 pixel, and here is the background white. and here it is. Adjust it, and now we have to give it the font family and the font size. So now I'm gonna use this text1 class. I'm not gonna give the font family here because this font family is apply on many other text, because we have to use this text1 at many other places. So here I'm gonna paste it. Here is first of all font weight. Here I'm gonna apply the font weight is normal, and then here I'm gonna add the space, and then here I'm gonna apply the color of the text is become black. And now here I'm gonna apply the font size 60 pixel, and then here is the line height 72 pixel, and now here it is. And now let's apply the font family on this text one. Here I'm gonna apply the font family Bilbo. Here is the Bilbo, and now here it is applied. And now here you see that this text is in the strong. So now I'm gonna give it the font weight normal, and then I'm gonna reduce the margin on its top side and display it as a block. I'm gonna give it the style dot text one, and here is this, and here is strong, and then here I'm gonna apply the font weight normal, and then here is the margin top minus 32 pixel, and here it is, and here is the display block. And now let's execute it. So now this text is okay. Here you see that it is now done, and now I'm gonna edit this text. I'm gonna give the style to this text, and here is we have given it the class text2 to this paragraph. Here I'm gonna copy it, and then here I'm gonna give it the style. Here is this, and now here I'm gonna apply a different font family on it. It have the Lotto font family. Lotto here is if you directly write, so it's not going to create any problem. And then here is the font weight. I'm gonna give it the font weight 300 pixel, and then here is the font style is italic, and then here is the color of the text is just like gray, and here is gray for it, and then here is the font size is become 21 pixel. Here is the font size is 21 pixel, and here is the line height of the text is 48 pixel. Here it is. So now it is okay, but now here I'm gonna reduce the margin that is given to the paragraphs. Here you see that the space is created, but before this here I'm gonna reduce this line height, and here is we have to give 35 pixel. Now it is okay, and now remove this space on above it and here, and here I'm gonna reduce that margin. Here is I'm gonna write here after it p, and then here is the margin is 0, and then here is the padding is also 0. So now here it is, So now it will be okay. So now the slider is ready, and in the next lecture we are going to start building this content area. First of all, we will build this part, then these lines and its text, and then this our ideas part and the latest event, then this footer. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. And if you have any problems, kindly add the discussion on Udemy. I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this header and this slider, and now in this lecture we are going to start building this content area. First of all, we will build this thing, then this, and then this. So let's start. Here first of all, in the content area, here I'm going to give it a class to this section, content background, to give it the height and width and the other properties and the background. And here is a div. Here is its class, container, and here is the div. And now in this container we have to create the content area. First of all, we will create a row, a div who have the class row, and we create the same div in the previous website. So the row class is just for giving the overflow hidden properties and the inserting the space before and after the content, and it is just used for giving the clear both property, so the content is not gonna be flowed onto each other. Here these two things, who we are and the starting up, inside a same div, so its class is row. So this is in a separate row div, and then we will create another row div and then put this thing, this heading, and then we will create another row div and that will contain these two things. So here I hope you understand. We will create the content row wise. First of all, this row, and then this, and then this, and this div can have the width 50% and the 50% is given to it. And now here I'm going to create a div, and here is its class. Here is row div, and here is the closing tag. And now here I'm going to define a div for this thing, and here it is. But before this, I'm going to give the style to the content background container and the row. Here it's copied content background, and then here I'm gonna paste it here, and here it is. And then here I'm gonna give it the width 100%, and then here I'm gonna give the padding to it 0 pixel, 0 pixel, 0 pixel, and here is also the 0 pixel, but we have to provide 48 pixel padding on the bottom side of the content area to create a space between the footer and the content area. Here you see that. And now here I'm gonna give it the background, a gray color background. Here is the hash f2 f2, and now I'm gonna give the style, I'm gonna give the width basically to the container and the row. Here it is. First of all, give the height and width to the container. Here it is. Give it the width 950 pixel, and then here is the position is relative, and then here is the margin 0 pixel auto, 0 pixel auto, and then here is the padding 0. And now I'm gonna insert a little space before and after the row, so in this way the content is not going to be mixed up. And first I will show you when the content is mixed up, then I will give the style to the row class. And now let's go to the next point. in between this we have to create a div, and that div will contain this image and this text. So its width is 50%, so here I'm gonna create it, write div, and here is the class, and here is the adjust one to by, so we can give it the width. And here I'm gonna check it all the closing tags are present. Here we have to create another closing tag, and now this box one is given to it to create or to apply the style on this text and the image to align it. And now here we have to give the wrap call div. So you have already know wrap call apply the margin around it when we give the wrap call to any div, so the distance is created between the content and the boundary. So here I'm gonna give the wrap call. Here is the wrap call, and now here is the wrap, and now increase it. And now first of all we need to insert the image. Here is the src, and here is images. Here is page 1 img1.png, and now after this we have to create a div, and in that div we will put this heading and this text. So now we have inserted this thing. Here I'm gonna check it. So here it is inserted, and now here we have to create the div for the text. Here is the div, here it is extra wrap, and now here we have to give the h2 heading, h2, and here is the who we are. And now here I'm gonna give the paragraph. Here it is, and now let's start. Here I'm gonna copy it, and then I will give the links. And first link is apply on this free website template. Here is the anchor tag, here is the hyper reference, here is the hash, and here is the anchor tag closing tag. And then the next link is apply on the responsive themes. Here is the responsive themes, here is the anchor tag, and here I'm gonna apply this. And then we have to apply the class on this link to give the style to the link, and here is the class link. Here is this, and here the next link is present on the Fahad Ishfaq. Here it is anchor tag, here is hyper reference, here is the hash, and here it is anchor tag. And then we have to give it the class to this anchor tag is link, and then we will define the style for the link, so that style is applied on all the anchor tags. So here the first div is created, and now let's check it how it look like. So now here is the text, and now I'm gonna adjust it. First of all I'm gonna define the adjust one. The adjust one is not created, and we have to create the adjust one. Here is container, and here is dot adjust one, and here is width is 50%. So now here this 50% is given to this side this who we are, and then 50% is given to it. And now here I'm gonna give it the float left and display inline block. Here I'm gonna copy this and then paste it here. And now here I'm gonna put the float left. Here is the float left, and here is the display inline block, and here it is. And now here we have to give the wrap call margin. Here I'm going to define the container, and here is the wrap call. Here is the margin 10 pixel. Here you see that now the width is given to it, and now I'm gonna give the style to the other things. Here is create the style for the extra wrap, in which we will give the overflow hidden and the other things. And here is the extra wrap. Here I'm gonna create it here. Extra wrap. Here is overflow hidden, so there is nothing that is going to be overflow from this div. It is present inside the div. And now I'm gonna give the style to the box one. Here is the box one. This is the main div, and now here is the content background, and here I'm gonna give the style to the box one. Here is dot, and here it is. And here first of all I'm going to give it overflow hidden, so nothing is going to be overflow from the div. And here is I'm going to give it the padding from the top side, and from the this 40 pixel is from the top side, 0 pixel is from the left and right, 34 pixel is from the bottom side. And now here you see that a padding is created. And now here you see that this is the background, but this box is floated out this background because we have not provided the style by using the row class. Then this thing is not going to be floated on other element. So we have give the float left to the adjust one, so that's why it act like this. So now I'm gonna provide the style to the row, then it will be okay. And then I will give the rest of the styles. Here is dot container, and here is dot row, and before the row I'm gonna insert this style, and then here is after the row, and here it is. And here is the content is, and now here is the display block, and then after it we have to provide overflow hidden. And then here is the visibility is also hidden because the space is not visible to us. We are just using it to separate the content, and so it's not going to be float on onto each other. And then here is the width is also 0, and here is the height is also 0. And then I'm gonna give it clear both. So after the row I'm not gonna allow to any element to float onto each other. Here you see that this is the row div, and I'm gonna provide after the row div. It's mean after the row div, when the row div is finished, so there is no element that is going to be float into each other. Here is dot, here I'm gonna copy this, here it is, and now here, and here is after, and then here it is. And now here we have to provide clear both, and Now here, save this, and now here it is reloaded. So now the background is apply, so now it is not going to be float onto each other. And now here I'm gonna give the style to the box 1 image and the box 1 heading. First of all, I'm give the float left to this image, so the text is also going to be float with it. Here is the box 1 img, and here it is. Here is float to left, and then here is margin top. Here is -3 pixel, so margin is reduced on the upper side of the image, so here it is adjusted. And now I'm gonna give the style to this h2 heading. Here is the h2. First of all, I'm gonna reduce this margin on the bottom side. Here is box 1 and h2, and here I'm gonna give margin bottom is only 8 pixel, and now here it is. And now I'm gonna give the font family and all the things to the h2. Here is, I'm gonna give it here because we have to use this h2 heading at many places, so that's why here it is h2. And here is the font size is 31 pixel, and then here is the line height 40 pixel, and here is the color is black, and then here is the font weight is become normal, and then the font family Bilbo, and here is the font family Bilbo, and here is this. And now I'm gonna remove the margin and the padding of the h2. Here we have 0 the margin and padding of the paragraph, so here I have write h2. Now it will be okay. Here you see that. And now the difference is this, that we have to provide the style to these links by using the link class. Here is, I'm gonna use that link class here, dot link, that is given to the anchor tags. And here is, first of all, I'm gonna define the color is hash ff9000, it is just like orange. And then here I'm gonna give the text decoration none, and then when we take the mouse over these links, so text decoration is become present, or in other words it is underlined, and here it is, text decoration is underlined. And now here this is created, here you see that this is created. And to create the second part, what we need to do, just copy the code and just change the image. So now here I'm gonna copy from the adjust one and then paste it after it inside the row div. This is the closing tag of the row div, and here it is. And here you have to write 2, and here is starting or whatever the text is present here. I'm gonna checking it out, and starting up, here is starting up, and here is the S is capital. And now let's execute it. And now the both parts are prepared, and in the next lecture I'm gonna make this thing, and then I'm gonna start building this little gallery. So thank you for watching this video. If you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. See you in the next lecture. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this content area and we reach at this spot, and now in this lecture we are gonna build this thing, that is the lines, and it contain the text. So how it is created? First of all, we will create a div, and In that div we will give this background image, and then we will repeat this image, and then we will give this image in the background of another div, and it have the bottom position. So these are two different divs, background. And now let's start. After the closing tag of the row, here I'm going to check this is the closing tag of the row. We have to create another row. Here it is, and here I'm gonna create the row, and here is the closing tag of the div. And now here, first of all, create a div, and here is its class. Here I'm gonna give adjust 0 because this thing have the 100% width, so that's why we have give it adjust 0. So we will give it 100% width, and then here is, and now after this here, so the first line, this first repeated image is given in the background of this div, and then here I'm gonna create a div that will contain this text, and in the background of that div we will give this image. Here is, its name is wrap call. Here I'm gonna give div class wrap call, and here is the div. And now first of all here I'm gonna write the text, and here is this, and now here is the text. But before the text I will give these images, these lines, then it will be okay. First of all, create adjust 0, copy this, and now here is, and here is adjust 0, 100% width, and here is this, and now here is adjust 0. And now I'm gonna give the style by using the box 2 and the wrap call. First of all, here I'm gonna using the box 2, give the background image. Here it is. Here is the box 2, and here is, first of all, give background. Here is the URL, and here is images, and here is line 1, here is line 1 dot gif. And now here I'm gonna give 0 0, and then I'm gonna repeat this image in the x-axis. And now let's check it. Here it is, and it is present here. So here this image is created, it is repeating now. And now I'm gonna create the second line on the bottom, and here is the second line. I'm gonna insert that line by using this box 2 wrap call. Here is, I'm gonna write box 2 wrap call dot wrap call, and here is, I'm gonna insert this image, and here it is. Here we have to write bottom, and now here I'm also gonna give it the padding. So now here is the 15 pixel space on the top side, 36 pixel on the bottom side, 0 pixel. Here is a text line, to the center. And here let's execute it, and here you see that this is the image that is inserted in the background of the wrap call, and it have the space on the above it 15 pixel, 36 pixel on the bottom side, so a distance is created. Here you see that. Now I'm gonna give the text between this div. Here I'm gonna copy this. Here this is the div wrap call, and I'm gonna paste it, the text inside it. So now here is the text is display in the div. And now here, first of all, there is a first paragraph. Here is its closing tag, and now here I'm gonna give a span around the startup, and here is I'm gonna give the class. Here is the text 3, and now here is another paragraph, and here I'm gonna give it class text 4 to give it different font size and font family, and here is its closing tag. And now this div is created, and now what we need to do, we have to give the style to the text 3 and the text 4. Here I'm going to show you. Here it is, and let's use the text 3. First of all, I'm going to give it the style to the text 3. Here it first of all we have to give it the font family Bilbo, and then color is gray type #48, and here is the font size is become 50 pixel, and here is the line height 60 pixel. And now here I'm gonna give the style to the span text that contain the startup. So now here I'm gonna give the different style to this text that is startup, and here I'm gonna look at it why it is not applying this style. Here save it, and here it is applying because we have not saved this. So here I'm going to give it the different color by using the span. We have enclosed this text in the span, and here is the color HFF, and then here I'm going to give the style to the text 4. Here I'm gonna give font family Lotto, and then here is the font weight 300 pixel, and then here is the font style italic, and then here is the color is #48, and then here I'm gonna give the font size is 30 pixel. Here it is, and then here is the line height 36 pixel, and here is the letter spacing -1 pixel. And now let's execute it. So here it is okay, and we have applied a style on it, and now here you see that there is much space on the top side of this paragraph. So now I'm gonna reduce it. and there is also many space on here above this line. So now I'm gonna reduce it here in the box. Here I'm gonna use dot box 2, and here is I'm gonna write text 4, and here is p dot text 4. Here I'm gonna write margin top -7 pixel, then it will be okay. Here it is. So now it is adjusted, and now I'm gonna create this part, and this part contain the width 66% and this part have the width 33%. And now both of these parts or the sections are inside the row div. And now first of all we will create this, then this. Now for this we have to create another row, and then we have to create a separate div for this and other content area. And now let's start. Here is the row is closing, and here I'm gonna create another div. Its class name is row, and here is the div. And now in this row first of all I'm gonna create this section. It have the 66% width, and that's why I'm gonna give it the div class adjust to, and then here is its closing tag. And now here I'm gonna provide the wrap call div class wrap call, and here it is. And now one more, and now here I'm gonna insert a heading h2. Here is the h2, and here I'm gonna write our ideas. And now here I want to tell you another thing. We have to create a space on the above side of the heading. Here you see that this space. So for this, here I'm gonna give the class top1, so we can create the margin on the top side, top1. And then here after this we have to create all of these 3 images and their text. So here I'm gonna contain these 3 images in a single div whose name is box3, and we will give the width and the height and the space on the upper side of these images by using the box3 div. Here is box3, and here it is. And now here I want to tell you something, that now we have to put these images. And now first of all I'm gonna put the first image in a single div, and this text is also inside the div. And now let's start. Here I'm gonna make a div for each and every image. Here is the div, and now here I'm gonna insert the image. First we have to insert the image in it. Here is the image, and here is the source, and inside the source here is images / and here is page 1 and image 1 image 3.jpg. And then here I'm gonna give a class to it, image border, so we can apply the border around the image. And then after this we have to paste a link. Here we have to paste the link. Here you can see that this is the link. I'm gonna copy this link and the text and paste it here. So now here is we have to put the anchor tag, and here is its opening hyper reference, and here I'm gonna give a different link 2. And now here I'm gonna give a paragraph tag and now let's check it. First image is inserted. here you see that it is inserted, and now I'm gonna give the style. First of all, I'm gonna create the adjust to. It have the 66% width. Here I'm gonna create it adjust to, and here is 66.66%, and here I'm gonna increase it to float it to the left side. And now I'm gonna give the style to this by using this top one. Here you see that there is no difference on the upper side of this heading, so now I'm gonna use this. Here is copy this, and I'm gonna create the margin top 30 pixel, and here it is, and then here at the end, here it is margin top 30 pixel, and here is the dot, and now it is created the margin on the top side. And now here is the next thing is box 3. I'm gonna give the style by using the box 3, and then the image border, and then the link to. Here is the box 3. Here is box 3, and here it is. Here is overflow is become hidden, so there is nothing goes beyond this box 3. Here is the box 3, and now I'm gonna apply the style on the divs that are in the box 3. Here you see that this is the box 3 div, and now I'm gonna apply the style on this div and the next div which contain the image and the next div. So it will apply the style on all the divs that is in the box 3. Here is the width, so now it will give the width to the image div. 180 pixel is given to this div, and then here is the floated to the left, so the image div is float to the left, and here is the margin right, so the margin is created on the right side, so the all the images are become separate. Here it is, so now it is on the left side, and text is also is on the left side. So now this is just by giving the style or to the div that is inside the box 3. When we create the other divs, so it will also apply on the other divs. And now I'm gonna give the style in the next lecture. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Here in the previous lecture we have left at this point, and in the previous lecture we have give the style to the div that are inside the box 3, and now it is float to the left. Now I'm gonna copy and paste the code, and now I'm gonna create more divs and the pictures. Here it is 3, and here is it is 5, and here is the 4. And now let's execute it. So now it is at this point, and now here why it is here, I'm gonna remove it and I will discuss it later, so that's why I remove it. So now here you see that this text, this style that we have applied on all the divs inside the box 3, it is still present, apply on this div. And now I'm gonna give the style to the image. I'm gonna provide the image border like this white border, and then I will give the style to this anchor tag, and then I will insert this third one. And here is the image border. Here we have to write dot image border. Here I'm gonna apply 8 pixel solid and hash ff border, and here we have to write border. And now let's see it. So here the image border is applied, and now I'm going to give the style to these links by using it class that we have given it link to. Here is the link to, copy it and paste it here after the link, and here is the link to. First of all, here we have to provide the font family. Font family is Lato, and then here we have to provide the font weight 300 pixel. This style is applying on this link that is here, and now here we have to provide font style is italic, and then here is the color of the text is become orange, and then here is the font size is become 20 pixel, and then here I'm gonna apply the line height. Line height is 25 pixel, and then here is the text decoration is none. And now I'm gonna apply the underline when we take the mouse over it. Text decoration is underline, and here is hover, and now here it is. So now when we take the mouse over it, so its color is changing. So now these two things are almost same. And the next thing is I'm gonna insert the third one, and here you see that there is a space is added because we have give the margin right to the box 3. Here you can see that here we have give the margin right 25 pixel to all the divs. So now when we insert the third one, so it also have the margin right 25 pixel, so that's why it is floated to the next because there is no space on the right side. So now here I'm gonna give it a special class, and then I will adjust the margin right. I'm gonna reduce the margin right. Here is give it the class last, and we will give it the less margin right by using its class. Here is dot last. Here is, you see that it is here. Now here is margin right is 0 pixel. I'm gonna give it 0 pixel margin right because there is no image on that side. Important. And then here I'm gonna give the padding right is also 0 if anybody give the padding on that side or it is present. So here it is adjusted, and now I'm gonna change the name of the image. Here is 5, and now here it is. And now what we need to do, we have to give the display inline to this anchor tag, and then we have to create the distance on the top of this anchor tag and the below of this anchor tag. And here I'm going to give it the distance. Here is, I'm going to use dot box 3, and here is dot link 2, and here it is. Here I'm gonna write div, and then here is the anchor tag, and now here I'm gonna write the display inline block, and then here is the margin on the top and the bottom of the anchor tag. Here is 15 pixel 0, and then here is the 6 pixel bottom and 0 pixel for the right side. So now here you see that a distance is created, and now the next thing is we have to create the button like this. This arrow is an image, it is inserted in the background, and then this button. And now let's create it. And here we have to create that button after the closing tag of the box 3. Here I'm gonna check this is the box 3, and here is its closing tag. So here after it we have to write its code. So now here I'm gonna write anchor tag, and here is the hyper reference hash, and here I'm gonna write anchor tag, and here is the read more, and then here is the class button top 4. And so now by using this button class we will insert the arrow image, and then top 4 is just used to give the margin on the top side. Here I'm gonna give the button style, here is the button. And now first of all, background image, here I'm gonna create a distance, here it is, and here is the URL, and then here what we need to do, we have to write add images button and .png, and here is 0 0, and now here we have to write no repeat, and now after this we have to give the color black, and then this color is given to the anchor tag, but later we will change it. And here is the font size 24 pixel, and then here is the line height 30 pixel, and then here is the display inline block, and then here is the padding 2 pixel from the top, 0 pixel from the left, 5 pixel from the bottom, and 43 pixel on the right side of the anchor tag. And now here I'm gonna change the color when we take the mouse over the button, over the anchor tag, so its color is become yellow, green type color. Here is hash 579700. so now here it is inserted, and now we have to give it the font size, font family, and then we have to give it the margin on the top side. And here I'm going to provide it font family first, Bilbo, and then let's render it, and then I'm gonna apply the font margin on the top side, so a distance is created by using the top 4. Here is the top 4, I'm gonna change it, top 4. Here I'm gonna give it 14 pixel, and now let's check it. So now it is complete, and now we are gonna create this part. So for this part we have to create another div who have the 33% width, and we have to create it inside the row. So here I'm gonna check what is the closing tag of the row. Here this is the closing tag of the row, and I'm gonna create here one closing tag is missing, so here I'm gonna increase it, and now this is the closing tag of the row. Here is this, and now here we have to create that div who have the 33% width. Here I'm gonna check it, this is the closing tag of the row, and now here we have to write div, and here is the class adjust 3, and now here is the div, and then here is the wrap call, and here is the wrap call, and then here it is, and here is the h2 heading, and here is the latest events. Here is the latest events, and here is the class top 1. and then after it we have to create two divs. First div contain this date and its text, and then the second div contain this date and its text, and then this button. So now here I'm going to create the first div and give it the class top2, so we can create a distance on the top side. Here is we have to include its closing tag. In this div we will paste this date, this first date, May 2012 and 29, and here is the div, and here is the div. And now here we have to give the class date, and then here is the strong, and the strong contain the 29 date or anything. Here is we have to write 29 here. Here you see that this 29 is the text, and this white and red color is an image in the background of this strong. And here is the span, here is its closing tag, and here is May 2012 or 16. You can write anything. And now after this we have to create the paragraph that contain the text. Here is the paragraph, and here is this is the paragraph. We have to copy it and then paste it here, and the first line is in the anchor tag. Here is the first line, here is the hyper reference, and give it hash and then class link. Here is the link, and here is after we have to give br break, and now it is okay. So now this is the div which contain the date and all the things. First div contain the date strong, and this 29 is in the strong because we have to give the background image to this 29, and then this text is in the span. So now I'm gonna execute it. Let's check it how it look like. So now I'm gonna give it the style. Here first of all we have to create this adjust 3. It have the 33% width, 33.33%, and here it is. And now here is 3. And now here I'm going to give the style to the next thing. Here is the top one. I'm going to create a top one. I think so it is already created. To create a margin on the top side, here it is, margin on the top side. And then here is the top two to create the distance between the heading and this text. And now I'm gonna look at it. Here we have to create the top two. Here is top 2, 10 pixel. Here is the 10 pixel, and now let's render it. So now here is the distance is created, and now the next thing is the date. So now I'm gonna use this date class, and then I will give the background to the strong, that is the image that is here, and then I will give the style to this span text, and the style to this link is already given, and all the things are okay. So now I'm going to give the style by using this date class. Here it is, and now here is the content area. First of all, date. Here is date. Here is overflow hidden. Here is hidden. And then here we have to give the style to the text that is in the strong. I'm gonna give it the background. Here is strong. Here it is. And now here first of all I'm gonna give it display inline block, display inline block, and here is the background. Here I'm gonna give it URL / images, and here is the date, and here is .png. This is the background image, and 0 its position, and here is the no repeat. And now here I'm going to give it the width to that image, to the strong, and it is the width of the strong. Probably it is given to the strong, to the image. This width is just like it is given to the strong, but it is also the width of the image. Here is 53 pixel, and now here is the float to the left side. Here is the left side, and here is margin right 5 pixel, and then here is the font weight. Here I'm gonna give the font weight. Here is the font weight is normal, and then here I'm gonna give the color is black, the text color is black, and then here is the font size, and here is the font size is 40 pixel, and the line height is 48 pixel. Here is 48 pixel, and then here is the text line to the center, a line to the center. And now let's execute it. So now here it is. We will give it the font family, then it will be adjusted. So I'm gonna teach you the rest of the things and the footer in the next video. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we reached at this spot. We have given the style to this 29 strong text. We have inserted this background image, and now we are gonna give the font family to it, and then we will give that style to this text. Here it is, and here is the font family. Font family is Bilbo, and then here is I'm gonna give the style to the text that is in the span, and here I'm gonna apply the font family on it. Font family is Lato, and here is the font weight. Font weight is 300 pixel, and here is the font style. It is italic, and then here I'm gonna give the color to the text is black. Here is black, and here is the font size. I'm gonna give it the font size 20 pixel. Here is the font size is become 20 pixel. Here is I'm gonna give it the line height is 24 pixel, and then here I'm gonna increase the distance, and here is the display is inline block. Here is the inline block, and here is the overflow is hidden, and then here is the margin is top. Here is the margin is top, is margin from the top side is 21 pixel, so a distance is created on the upper side. Here you can see that. And now what we need to do, we have to just copy the code of this text and then paste it again. Here I'm gonna do this. Here is copy it, and then here we have to paste it here. A little change is we have to provide the margin top different, and here I'm gonna provide the top 3, and here is the top 3. Here I'm gonna provide more margin. because the previous margin is given to create the distance between the heading and this text, but now it is between these two things. So now the next thing is we have to create the read more button under it. You can change this text here. I'm gonna copy its code. We have already created it. Here is copy it and then paste it here after the div, and now here it is. And now the next thing we have to create is this footer. This footer is so simple, it contains only these three images and this text and this little text. So now we will go in the index.html, and then in the footer we are gonna create the footer. And here first of all I'm gonna create this text. This is in a single paragraph, but we have provided the three break lines and these links. So now here I'm gonna paste it here. So let's start. Here we have to create this symbol by writing copy and copy. So this symbol is going to be created. This symbol is copied, so that's why I remove it. And here after the startup we have to provide another break line, so the new line is started, and here is it. And now here we have to provide the anchor tag on this website template. Here is the hyperreference, here is this, and here is class link, and here is the anchor tag, and here is the break line, and then here is the anchor tag, hyper reference, this, and here is the class link, and here is the anchor tag, here is the closing tag. And now after this we have to insert these images that are here in a separate div, but now reload it. So now it is inserted when we give it the style, so then it will be in the center. And now here I'm gonna create a div for this text and the images. Here it is, and here I'm gonna create that div, class social icons, and here it is the div. And here first of all I'm gonna put a span, and in the span I'm gonna write the text. Here is follow us, here it is. And then here I'm gonna insert the images in the anchor tag. Here is the hyper reference, and here is the closing tags, and here is the images source, and here I'm gonna write images / icon, and here is 1.jpg, and I'm gonna increase it. Here is the 2, and here is the 3. So now when we click on the first image, so it will be open the Twitter, Facebook and the Gmail. So here what you need to do, you just need to write the link of the Twitter. Here I'm gonna write these links. You can write these links, but here I'm gonna write only one link. And now all things are done. Here are the images are inserted when we click on the Twitter, so the Twitter is open, but now the internet connection is not available, so that's why it is not opening. And now I'm gonna adjust this content. Here is the social div, and here is the footer. So let's arrange it. Here in the style, I'm gonna give the style to the footer first. Here is the footer, and here is the width. 950 pixel, and then here is the overflow is hidden, and then here is the margin to the footer is 0 pixel auto, so then the footer is in the center. And then here I'm gonna give it the padding 31 pixel from the top, 0 pixel from the left, 20 pixel from the bottom, and 0 pixel from the right. And now here we have to open it, and here is the website. So now the footer is at this place because it have the 950 pixel width, and we have give it margin 0 pixel auto, and that's why in the x-axis the center is here, so that's why it is here. So now I'm gonna align this paragraph. I'm gonna give it float left. Here is the paragraph that is in the footer P, and here is this, and here is the float left, and here we have to give text align is in the center of the paragraph, and here is the 580 pixel width of the paragraph. And now here it is floated to the left, but it is text aligned to the center, so that's why it is in the center. Float left, just give it the position on the left side, and text align center, move it to the center. And now I'm gonna align these buttons. I'm gonna give it the float right, and then the margin from the top side and the left side. Here is social icons. First of all, I'm gonna give the style to the div that contain these icons. Here is hidden, and then here is the float to the right, and then here is the margin is 8 pixel from the top. Here is 8 pixel from the top, so the distance is created on the top of the social icons. And here is the 73 pixel on the left side, 0 pixel. And now here it is adjusted to the left side, distance is created on the top side. And now here I'm gonna give the style to this span text. I'm gonna give it per font size and the font family and all the things. Here is the social. So now here is social icons, and here is span, and then here is the display is inline block, and then here we have to give the float to the left side, so this text in the span is float to the left, these icons are float to the right, so a distance is created. Here is the color of the text is black, is 0, and then here is the font size 20 pixel, and then here is the line height 27 pixel, and here is the margin on the right side, so a distance is created between the images and the text. Here is 17 pixel, and now here I'm gonna give the font family Bilbo, and now here it is. Okay, and now here you can see that this is almost same, and now I'm gonna apply some other styles, so then it will be okay. Now I'm gonna give the style to the anchor tag, and I'm gonna give it the float to the left. Anchor tags are now float to the left side, so it is moved to this side, and the div is floated to the right, the anchor tags are floated to the left. Here I'm gonna give social icons, and here is anchor tags, and here is display. here is inline block, and here is float to the left. To the anchor tags are now on the left side of the div, and here is the margin on the right side. Here is 19 pixel. So why we give the float to the left to the anchor tags? Because here when we give the float right to this social icon div, so these anchor tags also contain the float right, so that's why it is on this side. So when we give the float left, so now it is moved to this side, so now it is just look good. And here we have give the margin right to the anchor tags, so that is why here is the distance on the right side. And now here when we take the mouse over these images, so these images is become transparent, so its opacity is reduced. So now I'm gonna give it opacity, low opacity. Here is hover img, and here is opacity is 0.7. so now it is okay. Here it is. So in this way we will build the footer, so you can change its code, you can practice it code, you can create your own website, you can use this code. So what you need to do, just practice the code, and if you find any problem or if you find some new knowledge, so kindly add the discussion. Our knowledge is become enhanced, our problems are going to be solved. So don't be a shy guy, so always add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can, and in my next lecture I'm gonna create this about page, and I will teach you each and everything. First of all, what you need to do, just copy the code of the header and the footer, that is same. Then we will create this content area. Thank you for watching this video. See you in the next video. Hi guys, and now in this lecture we are gonna build this about page. It contains the information about the company, about our startup creative team. So now we are gonna start with this part. In this video we are gonna build this section, and here in the about page we also need the row div. First of all, these two sections, this section and this section, is placed inside a row div. This section have the width 66% and this section have the width 33%, and then we will create this. We have already its code, we just need to copy and paste it, and then we will create this part and then this part. So let's start from this part. Here what we need to do, first of all we need to create the about.html page, and then we have to copy the same code. Here is new, and here it is, and here I'm gonna write about.html, and then here I'm gonna paste the index.html code, and I'm here first of all copy only the header, and here it is. And now after this we have to copy the code of the footer. Here is the footer, the closing tags, and then the footer, and here is, and here it is. And now both things are created, and now here in between this we have to create a content area. So for this what we need to do, we have to create the container and the other div, and here is container and the content background, and here these two things are necessary, so that's why here I'm copy and paste it here. And now here I'm gonna create the closing tags of the div. Here it is, and then here is the closing tag of the section. And now here I want to tell you another thing, that is here we have also need to give it second class, that is top. So by using this class we will create a distance between the headings and this header. actually the content area and the header. And now here I'm gonna correct the menu. Here we have to give about.html, and now when we are in the about.html page, so we have to give this class to the list item, second list item. Here it is. And then here I'm also gonna change it. Here it is about.html, and now let's reload it. Here is our page, and now here is the about.html page. Now this is just the footer, it have not any content. And now I'm gonna put the content inside it. First of all, we're gonna create this part. We have to create a row div here to create that part. Here is this class row, and here is the div. So now in this row we will place this section and this section, and here is I'm gonna place the div. Here is the class adjust to, and adjust to have the 66% width, and here I'm gonna create its closing tag. So now in this adjust to section we are gonna create this thing, and here is the first is the wrap call. Here is the wrap call. Here it is, and now here is the closing tag of it. And now first of all we need to give a heading. Here I'm going to increase this space, and here is the h2 heading. Here is h2. Here we have to write about our startup, and here it is. So now this heading is created, and now what we need to do, we have to put this content inside the div. These are all the paragraphs. This is the paragraph, this is the separate paragraph, then this is separate, and here is the div. Here is the class box 5, and here is the right one. And now here I'm going to increase its closing tag to create its closing tag. And now by using this box 5 class, we will give the padding on the upper side and the padding on the bottom side and overflow hidden properties. And by using this right one class, we will create the distance on the right side. And then here I'm going to give the paragraph. Here is the adjust to. Here I'm going to give the paragraphs. First of all, we have to insert the image. Here is the source, and here is the images. Here is the page 2, and here is the img1.jpg. and now here is the class image border left, float left. And now after this, what we need to do, we have to put the paragraph, first paragraph, then the second, and then the third one. Here I'm gonna reload it. First of all, save it, and here is the image. And then here I'm gonna create a paragraph, P2, and then here is the P, and now here it is. And now here is the paragraph, and now I'm going to create the second paragraph. Here is it. And now here I'm gonna give the paragraph. Here is this paragraph, and here it is. And now the third one paragraph. And why we give the p2 to these paragraphs? This is p2 class, so by using this class we will give the padding on the bottom sides of the paragraph. Here is the space on both of these paragraphs. And now the third one we don't need to give the padding p2 class to the third one, because it have the less space under its bottom, so it will be okay. And here is paragraph, and now here it is. Copy it and then paste it here, and here is this section is ready. And now after the closing tag of this div, here is this, after the closing tag of the box 5, we have to paste this read more button. I'm gonna copy it from here. Here it is, read more button, and here it is. And now let's execute it. Here is the paragraphs are present, but now I'm gonna give the style, so then it will be okay. First of all, I'm gonna give the style to the box 5. This is the div that contains the image and the paragraphs. Here is the box 5. First of all, here is about page, and here is the box 5. Here is, and here I'm gonna give it the overflow hidden. First of all, here is, so no content is going to be overflow from it. And here I'm gonna create the space on the top of all of this section. Here is the 8 pixel, so a distance is added between the heading and this picture and these paragraphs. And now I'm gonna give the style to the image by using this. Here is the dot box 5, and here is the image. I'm gonna give it the margin to the image. Here is, I'm gonna give it 4 pixels from the top. Here is, we have to write margin, and here is 4 pixels from the top, and here is the 10 pixels from the left, 0 pixels from the bottom and the right. And now this distance is given to it. And now I'm gonna give the style to this right one to create a distance on the right side here. And now here it is, and here I'm gonna give it dot right. Here is the margin right, 40 pixel, and now it is okay. And here is, it is added, but you cannot see it. When we create the content on this side, then it is shown to you. And now here I'm gonna give the style to the image border is already given and float left, so then the image is floated to the left side, and this text is also to the float to the left side. And here is, I'm gonna give float left, float left, and now here it is. Now it will be okay. And now here I'm gonna add the distance between these two paragraphs and here at this point. And now here it is, I'm gonna use the p2 paragraph, and here is at the end, we need to use it at the end. and here is the padding bottom, here 13 pixel. And now let's execute it. So here it is, and now all the things are okay, it is created. And now I'm gonna create this second area. And so now let's start. First of all, it have the width 33%, so here is the adjust to. And after this, inside the row div, I'm gonna create the adjust 3. Here is the div, and here I'm gonna give the class. You can also use the section at the place of the div. In the previous website I have used the section at many places, but you can also use the section at that places, so it depends upon you. And now here is adjust 3, and here I'm gonna increase it. And now here I'm going to create the wrap call. Here is the div of the wrap call. Here is the class, and here is the wrap call, and here is increase it. And now here first of all I'm going to create the heading. Here is h2 heading. Our creative team. And then here is, and then after it, what we need to do, we have to create the separate div for each segment. Here you see that this image and this text is placed inside a same div, and then this text and image is placed inside a separate div, and then this image and text is inside a separate div. So here I'm going to create the first div. Here it is, class, and here I'm gonna give it box 6, and here is top 5, and then here I'm gonna give a space, and here is, this is the first div. And in first of all I'm gonna put the image source, and here is images, and here is page 2. Here is image 2.jpg, and here I'm also gonna give it the class. First class is the image border, to create a white border around it, and then the image indent. So what is the functionality of the image indent? By using the image indent class, you can give the space or the margin on the right side. Here it is, and we are creating this first profile, this person profile, and here I'm going to copy this text, and then here is first of all this, and here is the paragraph, and here is the closing tag of the paragraph. And now here first this name is in a anchor tag. Here is the anchor tag. Here is the hash, and here I'm gonna give link, and then here is the closing tag, and here is the br, and now it is okay, and let's check it. Here is this div. Here I'm gonna close it. It is started from this point, and let's check it. So now it is here, and now we have give it the top 5 class, and here is the top 5 class, and here I'm gonna check the adjust 3 have the 33% width. So now we are going to give the top 5 class a margin on the top side, so a space is created between this image and the heading like this. Here you see that, and let's give it. Here is top 5. Here I'm gonna increase it, top 5. Here is 8 pixel, and now here is important, and now execute it. Here it is. And now let's give the style to other things. Here I'm going to use the image indent and then give it the styles, then it will be okay. All the styles are apply. Here is the image indent. Here at the last I'm going to apply the image indent. Here it is. Here first of all I'm going to give the float left to the image. Here is the float left, and then I'm going to create a space around the image on its top side and on its right side. Here you can see that this right side space, and here is the margin, and here is the 4 pixel and 18 pixel, 0 and 0. And now let's execute it. So here it is, and by using this we are able to create the other ones. Here we have to copy it and then paste it again, and then here I want to tell you something. Here when we edit, here this is the less space and this is the class top 5, so we have to increase this margin. Actually it is less, and here I'm gonna give it the different class top 6. Here is below 2 images, here is the 3, and here is the 4. And then after the closing tag of this div, here I'm gonna place this, and now it is okay. It is present here, and now here I'm gonna give the top 6 class, so the space is created in between these images. Here it is, top 6, 13 pixel. Here is, I'm gonna reduce it, we don't need it. Here is the 13 pixel, and let's render it. So here is the space is created. Thank you for watching this video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this section and this section, and now in this lecture we are gonna build this thing and then these two sections. So this thing is already in the row, and we have created the same thing in the previous home page. Here you can see that it is also present here. So what we need to do, we just need to copy the code from the home page, and then you have to change the text only. And here is the margin on the bottom side and the top side, so we have to add the margin and the bottom on the top side. So it is okay, and here I'm gonna copy the code. Here is the row, and now here I'm gonna paste it. I think this is the closing tag of the row, so this is the closing tag of the row, and here we have to paste it. And then here I'm going to give it a pad1 class, so we can give the margin on the top and the bottom side. And here it is. Here you see that there is no margin on the top side and there is no margin on the bottom side, so that's why we have created the pad1 class. And now here I'm gonna copy this text, and here is this, and then here I'm gonna paste this text. Here is in between this paragraph, and then here is, I'm gonna cut this first line, and it is present here in the first paragraph. Here it is, and this startup is in the span. Here it is, span, and now it's going to be okay. Here it is. So now what we need to do, we just need to give the style to the pad1 class. Here is the pad1, and here is at the last, here it is. And now here is the margin bottom, and now here is 33 pixel, and here is the margin top is 44 pixel. And now here it is, space is created, and now we are gonna build this part here. Here you can see that this part have the different background, it have the white background. So now here I'm gonna give it the background color. Here I'm gonna find the row where, find the div where we have give these images. Here is it have the box 2, and here is the box 2. Here we have to give it the background color, hash f6, and now save it. And here is the background is applied, it is now just like white and gray. And now let's create this row. Both of these sections are in a single row, and this section have the 66% width and it have the 33% width. And here it is. Here after the closing tag of the row, here I'm gonna create another div. Here it is row, and here is div. Here in this row I'm gonna create a div. Here I'm gonna create a div who have the 66% width. Here is the div. Here is adjust tool, and here is the wrap call div class. Here is the wrap call, and now here I'm gonna create the heading h2, and here is the h2. Here is our skills, and then after it we have to create another div that contain all the text. Here is, let's render it, we have to save it, and here it is. And now here we have to create all of this text in a single div. So now here I'm going to create that div. Here is div, and give it two classes. First is top 5 to give it the space on the top side. Here is the right one to create a margin on the right side. Here is the div. Here is this, and now this right one class create the margin here. And now here is the paragraph. Here is the paragraph, and now here I'm gonna create this text. Here it is. And now here in the first paragraph, the first line is related to the anchor tag. Here is the hyperreference, and here is the anchor tag. And now here I'm also gonna give it the class link. Here is the link, and then here I'm also gonna give the class p2 to this paragraph, so it create the padding on its bottom side. And now let's execute it. So here it is created, and now here I'm gonna give a line break, then it will be okay. And here is this, and now we are gonna create the second one. Here it is, and here I'm gonna check it, here is the second paragraph, here is P, and here is its closing tag, and now here is the anchor tag. Here I'm gonna give hyperreference, and here is the class link. Here is the anchor tag, here is the BR, and then it will be okay. And now let's check it. Here it is. So both of these paragraphs are created, it have the links, and now I'm gonna create this read more button, and I'm gonna create it just right after the paragraph. Here is after this, here. So for this, here I'm gonna copy this code. Here is. Here it is created, and now what we need to do, we have to create this section. It contains the list and this background image in the list item. So now here I'm gonna create this list right after the closing tag of the adjust to, who have the 66% width, and inside the closing tag of the row, here it is. And now here is the closing tag of the row. Here I'm gonna create div. Here is the class, here is adjust 3, and here is this, here is wrap goal, and here is this. And first of all, here I'm gonna create a h2 heading, and here is why us. And then here after this, here we have to create this another list, and let's create it. Here is the UL, and here is its closing tag, and here is the class list 1, and here is the top 5 to create a distance from the top. And here I'm gonna create the distance, and now here I'm gonna create the list items. Here is the list, and here is the list item. Here is the anchor tag, here is the anchor tag, and here I'm gonna paste the hyperreference. Here it is, and in between these anchor tags I'm gonna create a text. Here is this and this, and now I'm gonna increase it. So now let's execute it. Here it is. So now it have not any style and the background image here, but now I'm gonna give it the background image by using this list1 class. Here it is, the list1. Here is I'm gonna apply the style on the list items. Here is the UL, and here is I'm gonna apply the padding. Here is the 0 0 0, and here is a 25 pixel on the right side of the list items, here on this side. And now here I'm gonna add the line height 25 pixel, and here I'm gonna add the background image, that is the tick image. Here is, and here is the marker dot png here, and here is 0 and 5 pixel for the y-axis, and here is the no repeat. And then here I'm gonna add the style to the anchor tag. Here the anchor tag. Here is the anchor tag. I'm gonna give it the color just like gray type, and then when we take the mouse over it, so its color, the hash 48 is just like gray type color, and when we take the mouse over it, so it's become green type. Here is hash 45 7C00, and now here it is. So now here you see that these images are inserted, line height is given, and when we take the mouse over it, so its color is changed. So you can change the text easily, and you can increase the list items, you can increase this list. And now the padding is given on the right side. And now here I want to tell you something, that in the next video, in the next lecture, I'm going to create this services page. Here you can see that first of all we will create this image, and about the designing programming, it is just a little gallery. Then we will create this, it have the code already created, and then create this skill set. So thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this about page, about.html. we have built this section, this, and then this list, and then this. And now in this lecture we are going to build this services page. So for this, let's do it. First of all, create a new page and then save it as the services.html. and now here I'm going to copy the same code. Here it is, and we have also need first two things, content background and the container, and here it is. And now here is at the last we have to copy this closing tag of the div and the section and the footer code, and here is this. And now here is, this is the section, this is the header, and now here I'm gonna edit the menu. Here is edit it and paste it here, and here we have to write, here I'm gonna write index.html. when we click on the home, so it open the index.html, and here is the services.html, and then here in the about.html, here I'm going to check something, that when we click on the home, so index.html is going to be open, and here is also the services.html, and here is copy this and then paste it here. Here it is, and here is index.html. Copy this, and now let's go to this page, services.html, and here in the section area, first I will show you how this page look like. Here is this, reload it, and here is the services. So now it have not any content, and now first of all we are gonna build these first image, and its content contain 33% width, and this image and its text have the 33% width, and it also have the 33% width, and this, all of these three images and their text is placed inside the row div. So first of all, here I'm gonna create the row div. Here is the row, and then here is the closing tag, And now here first of all I'm going to create the div. Here is its class name is adjust 3 33%, and here it is. So now this adjust 3 contain this first image and its heading and this text, and here is the div, and here is wrap call, and here is the div. And now here I'm going to create the h2 heading, designing. Here is designing, and now after this we have to insert this image. I'm going to insert the image. Here is img source, and here we have to write the images folder. Here is the page 3, here is page 3, and then here is image 1, and here is jpg, and then here is the class that is given to it, image border, to create the border, and here is the top 3 to create the distance between this heading and the image, that is here this distance. And now after this we have to put this paragraph. Here I'm gonna copy this paragraph, and then here it is in between these paragraphs, and then here is the close anchor tag, and here is the br, and here is the anchor tag, here is the hyperreference, and then here I'm gonna give a class link. Here is the link, and now here I'm gonna give the class top 4 to give the distance between this image and this paragraph. Here is this is the distance, and now all the things are correct. And after the paragraph we have to insert the anchor tag. Here is this anchor tag. I'm going to copy its code. Here is it. Here I'm going to copy from it and then paste it here. So now it is created, and now let's reload it. So now it is created, all the things are perfect, all the styles are given. Here you see that we have created the style for the top 4 and the top 3. Here I'm gonna check the top 3 is given or not. Top 3 is already given, and all the styles are given. And now what we need to do, we have to create this and this. So for this we have to copy and paste the code and then change the name of the image. So copy from this, and here it is. And now here is the 3, and here is I'm gonna write SEO, and here is programming, and here is the second one. And now let's reload it. And now it is created. Here you can see that these letters are the uppercase. Here it is. And now I'm going to create this part. So what we need to do, we just need to copy and paste the code of it, and then we can change it. Here I'm going to copy and paste the code from here. Here it is, and here is this. Here is after the closing tag of the row. Here is the closing tag of the row. We have to paste it here. And now let's reload it. So here it is created, And now we have to paste this text here. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna replace this text. Here is this, and here I'm gonna cut this text. This is in the first line. Here it is. We have to cut it and then paste it here, and here is the closing tag span. And now let's reload it. So here it is changed, and the next thing we are going to create is this section. And now what we need to do, we just need to create a div who have the full width, 100% width, that is the adjust 0, and then in that div we will create 33% width. This div contain the 33%, and this text is in the separate div who have the 33% width. And now let's create it, and here is after the closing tag of the row. Here is this. We have to create another div and give it the class row. Here is row, and now here we have to create a div. Here is the div, and it have the full width adjust 0. Here is the adjust 0, and here is div, and then here is the div wrap call. And now first of all I'm going to create the h2 heading. Skills set, and now let's go and create it. Here it is, and now we are gonna create this thing first of all by giving a div who have the 33% width. Here it is. I'm gonna create the first part, this. Here is the div. Here is adjust 3, and then here it is. And now here I'm gonna give, first of all in this div I'm gonna give this anchor tag, then this paragraph, and then this anchor tag, and then this paragraph. So I'm gonna copy it. Here it is, and here I'm gonna paste it here. So now here I'm gonna align it, and now this is the anchor tag. Here I'm gonna give the anchor tag. This is a link, and here is the closing tag, and here I'm gonna give the hyper reference. Here is the hash, and here I'm gonna give it class link2, and then here I'm gonna create a paragraph. Here is p4, and then here is the p, and we give it the p4 because we have to create the padding on it on the bottom side of the first paragraph. And then here I'm gonna create it. This is not present here, we have to paste it here, and here is the anchor tag. Here is hyper reference, and here is the class link2, and then here is the link anchor tag, and here it is. This is the second one paragraph, and then here is its closing tag. So now let's execute it, and now let's see what is the result. So here it is created. So the thing that is not present is the space between these two paragraphs that is given by using this heading P4. And here is the P4. Here is, I'm gonna create the P4. Here is P4. Here is 17 pixel. It is increased. So now what we need to do, we just need to copy and paste and just change the text. So I'm gonna copy and paste it again so you can change its text on your own. Here is this, and here is this, and now save it. And now here is, so both three are present, and you can change this text. And now at the end we have to paste this link, and I'm gonna copy it from the above. Here is the anchor tag, and then paste it after the, here I'm gonna show you where we need to paste it. Here is last 3D modeling, last div, after the last div. Here is after this div, and here it is. So now it is okay. This page is ready. And now in the next lecture I'm gonna make this page, and it contains the products, and I'm gonna teach you how to make this gallery. And here I'm gonna give you a hint. First of all, we will create a div, and in that div we will put this image, and along with the text. Then we will create another div, and that div contain this image. We are gonna create this gallery vertically. Thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video, and please practice the code. And if you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion in the course. I will help you as much as I can. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this services page. Here you can see that this is all the services page, and now in this lecture we are going to build this products page. Here is the products page. So first of all, I'm going to build div, and it have the 33% width, and then we will put these two images and the text in it. And here I'm gonna give you a hint. First of all, we will create a div, and in that div we will put this image, and along with the text. Then we will create another div, and that div contain this image. We are gonna create this gallery vertically. And here you see that we have created the same gallery here in the services, and we have to put the image and then this link and the text and then this anchor tag. So we have copied the code of putting the image, and it just provide a little facility because we have created the same code before. And there is a little bit difference here. So now here I'm gonna create the new page. Here is the control new, and save it as products. Here is products.html, and here I'm going to copy the same code. Here it is, and here is also we have to copy this container and the content background, and here it is. And now here save it, and then here is at the last we have to copy the closing tag of the content background and the container and the footer, and here it is. And now here it is. And now here I'm going to change the menu. Here is cut this current class from here and paste it here, and here I'm gonna give products.html, and now here I'm gonna copy it and paste it in every page. Here it is, and here it also contains this, and here is in the about.html. Here it is, and here it also contains about.html, and here it is. And now let's execute it, reload it, and here is the products page. And now here I'm gonna create this gallery. First of all, we have to create a div who have the 100% width, and in that div we will put this heading here, our products, because here you see that this heading effect is all over these pictures. All the pictures are below this heading, that's why, because it have the width 100% due to the div that have the width 100%. So here I'm gonna create a row class, because all of this gallery is inside the row. All of these images are inside a single row div. Here is the class, here is the row, and then here I'm gonna paste the div. Here is the class, here is adjust 0, and then here it is, I'm gonna increase it, and here it is class wrap call, and now here we have to paste h2 heading, our products, and now here you see that this div have the 100% width, so now it is spread over the 100%. Its effect is till there, it's the width of the div is 100% here. And now I'm gonna build the gallery, and I'm gonna create the first div for putting this image and this image. And here is, after this I'm gonna create the div. Here it is, we have to create this div inside the row div. Here is the row div, and here is the class is adjust 3 have the 33% width. And now here I'm gonna put the wrap call. Here is the div, here is the class wrap call, and now inside this adjust 3 we have to create two divs, and one div contain this image and its text and the link, and then the second div contain this image and the text and its link. And here is the div, and now here in between we have to write the image and the text and all the things. So we have created the same thing here in the previous gallery, so we have to copy it from the image, and here is till the anchor tag, and then paste it here. So now it contains the image, and here we have to remove this top 3. We don't want to add the distance on the top, and here it is okay, and all the things are inside it. And now let's render it. Here is the image and the text, and it is, and now here I'm gonna insert, here I'm gonna write change the image name to the 4, and here it is. And now what you need to do, just copy this div. We have to create the second image. Here you see that this is the second image that is below this, and we have to create the space above it. And now let's reload it, but here we have to change its name. Here I'm going to change its name to the image 4. It's the image 4. But now here you see that it have not any space on its top because we have not give it, and here we have to give the class to the second div. Here is top 7, and here I'm gonna give it the style top 7. Here is this. Here is 34 pixel. I'm gonna give it 34 pixel, and here is save it, and here we have to write top 7, and now let's execute it. So now it is created, and now we have to create another adjust 3 and then put the image here. Here I'm gonna create it. We have to copy. Now we have to create the second div. Here you see that this div adjust 3 again. Here is we have to copy from the adjust 3, and here is the adjust 3 closing tag, and here we have to paste it again. Here it is, and here is the closing tag of the adjust 3, and here we have to write 2, and here is the 5, and now here it is. And then we have to insert the last one. So let's go, and we have to paste it again inside the row div. Here you see that this is the row div, and here is the 6, and here is the 3. So now it is inserted, the gallery is ready, and it is just same like we built in the services. And here I'm gonna explain it if you have not understand anything. Here what you need to do, first of all we have to create a row div. It contain all of these images gallery, and then we have to create 100% width div, and adjust 0 have the 100% width, and then put this heading in it. And then after this we have to create a div that have the 33% width, and in that div we will place two images. First this, and then we have to include another image that is below it, and then the text. And in the adjust 3 we have to create a div, then put an image, give it a image border, and here is the paragraph. It have the top 4 class to give the distance above it. Here it is. And then we have to create an anchor tag. Here below is the anchor tag, and then here is the first line in the paragraph is also the anchor tag. Here it is. And then here in the same adjust 3 div, in the same div we have to create a div. It have the top 7 margin on the top side. Here you see that, and we have to put the same image and the paragraph and all the things. Then we have to create another adjust 3 div which contain these two images and their text. So we have to copy it and paste it again. Here is the first div, second div in the adjust 3. Like this we have to create third adjust 3. So now in this way we have to build the gallery. And now in the next lecture I'm gonna start building this last page, that is the contact page, and I will teach you how to insert this map. And you can insert this map, and now the connection is not available, internet connection. And in the next lecture I'm gonna connect my internet, then I will show you. I will put the map, Google map in it. Thank you for watching this video, and if you have any problem, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Thank you for watching this video. Hi guys, in the previous lecture we have built this gallery. I have teach you how to insert these images and this text and all the things, how to create this link. And now in this lecture we are gonna building this contact.html page. So now I'm gonna teach you how to insert this map and this text and how to make this form and these links. And first of all, here let's go, and here I'm gonna create the contact.html, a new page, and save it as contact.html. Here it is. And now here I'm gonna copy and paste the code that is same. Here is the code of the header. Here I'm gonna copy at this point, and we also need this row div, so I'm also gonna copy this and then paste it here. And then here I'm gonna copy the code of the footer, and then the closing tag of the container and the content background class. Here is the footer. Where is the footer? Here I'm gonna down, and here is the closing tag of the row. And now here is paste this and save it. And now here is the row, and now inside this row we have to create both things. This div have the width 33% and this section have the width around about 66%. So both of these sections are inside the row, and first I'm gonna build this section. First we will put this map, and here I'm gonna put this. Here we have to create a div, give it the class, here is it, and here is adjust to, and now here is the closing tag of the div. And now here we have to put the wrap call. Here is the wrap call, and now here is its closing tag. And now in between this we have to put the heading h2. Here is the closing tag of the h2. Here we have to put how to find us. And now after this we have to put a div, and inside that div we will put the map. Here is the div. I'm gonna give it the class map, and also image border, so it will put a border around this div. And here is its closing tag. And now here is this, and this is the closing tag of the adjust to. And now here first of all I'm gonna put the iframe, and it contain the link of the map. So for to get the Google map you have to type Google map. Here is the Google map link. I have opened it before, and now here it is loaded. Now you have to click on this icon here, click on this. Here it is. My internet connection is little slow, so that's why it's creating a problem. And here we have to click on this share embed map, and then here click on the embed map, and then copy this code and paste it here. And now here you can see that this is the iframe, and it have the source a link to the Google map, and then it contains the width and the height of the iframe. Frame border is 0, and here's the style border is 0. And now I'm gonna save it, and before I'm gonna adjust the menu, here is remove this thing from here and paste it here. And here it is, the contact.html. And now here I'm gonna copy this and paste it in the other pages. Here it is, and then here is the contact.html, and here is this. And now it is okay, and here I'm gonna reload it, and then click on the contact, and now here you see that this map is added, but now we have to give it the width and height, then it will be okay. And before giving the width and height, I'm gonna give this paragraph here, copy this and then paste it after the closing tag of the div that contain this Google map. Here is, and I'm gonna put this paragraphs in a separate div. Here is the class write one, and here is the div, and now here in between this, and here is it. First of all, here is the paragraph, and now here is the first paragraph. And now I have put these paragraphs in a div, so we can create a distance on the right side on the div by using this write one class, and then I'm gonna give it class p2, so we can create a distance on the bottom side of the first paragraph. And here is the clear one, and here is the paragraph is start from this. And now it is okay, all the things are ready. Here is, this is the div that contain these paragraphs. Here is the second paragraph, here is the first paragraph, here is the div, and here is the div that contain this iframe, and here is the heading, and this is the main div. Here I'm gonna close it. This is the closing tag of the row, and now it is okay. And now here I'm gonna reload it. So this is the distance that is added by using the p2 class. And now I'm gonna give the style to this iframe, and here I'm gonna give it width and height. You can also, we can remove this and we can give the width and height to this iframe in the style sheet. I'm just telling you, you can also do this. Here is the height is 235 pixel, and here I'm gonna give it the width. Here is the width around about 572 pixel, and then here I'm gonna give it border none, and now it's okay. And here is reloaded. So now it is inserted, and now here you see that the div have the more width, so I'm gonna reduce the width and height of the div. Here is the div. I'm gonna give it the style by using this map div. Here is the div have the more width than the width of the iframe. Here is this, and here it is. And here I'm gonna give the width to the div. Here I'm gonna give the same width to the div as we give to the iframe, because both width and height is same, so it look awesome. And here is 235 pixel, and now here I'm gonna apply the margin on the div, so we can create a distance on the top side of the div and on the bottom side of the div. And here it is, and here it is adjusted. Now it is okay, form is inserted. Here you can check this. And now I'm gonna apply a different color on this paragraph, and we have to use this class that is a clear one, color one, it's mean color one, and I'm gonna use it and give it a different color. Here I'm gonna give it here. Here it is, color here is F9000, and here it is. Here we have to check it, here write hash, then it will be work. Here it is. And now I'm gonna create another div who have the 33% width in the same row div, and then we will create this form. Here it is, go to here, and this is the closing tag of the adjust to, and this is the closing tag of the row, and in between in the row we have to create here a div who have the 33% width. and now let's create it. Here it is, class adjust 3, and here is its closing tag, and then here is the div, here is the wrap call, here it is. And now here I'm gonna give the heading. Here is the contact form heading, here is h2 contact form, here is the form. And now after this, here we have to create form, and here is form, and here is id form. And now in this form, first of all, I'm gonna create a field set. Here is the field set, and here is the closing tag of the field set. Here is the field set, and here I'm gonna create the label, and inside the label we will put the field, and here it is type text, and here is the email, input type email, and the second one is tell to input the phone number. And here I'm gonna put the placeholder, here I'm gonna write enter name, and then here is the placeholder, enter email, and here is enter number, telephone number or anything. And then we have to create a message box. You can change this text, here is only write the email and phone, and here I'm gonna create a message box by using the text area you have already know. Here is the label, and here is the text area, text txt text area, and here is its closing tag of the text area. And now here I'm gonna add some space, then you can understand it clearly. And here I'm gonna give it the placeholder. So you have already know what is the placeholder. The placeholder is just used for it is just used for giving the information to the user that this field is related to the phone. So when we write anything, so this text is going to be disappear, because it is just showing us that what this field about. And here I'm gonna write message, and now after this we have to create a div. Here is the div, and that contain these buttons. Here is div btns, and here is, and now here we have to place the buttons. We have already created the anchor tag like that button, and here I'm gonna copy the anchor tag read more button and then change it. Here it is, and here it is, and here is this, and here I'm gonna write send, and here is clear. And now here I'm gonna remove this top 4. We don't want to distance on the top side. And now let's execute it. Here it is, but now we can give it the style, then it will be okay. Here I'm gonna giving it the styles. First of all, I'm gonna give the style by using the form ID. Here is the form to the whole form. Here I'm gonna add the margin on the top side of the form, 12 pixel 0 0 0. And here is the width of the form is, whole form width is 300 pixel. Here you can see that the space is going to be added on the top side. And now I'm gonna give the style to the input and the text area. Here is the hash form, here is the input, here is the text area, and here it is. Here is this, and here I'm gonna provide the border, 1 pixel solid hash white color border around the form, and here is the background of the form is white. Here it is, and here is the font is 13 pixel Arial, and here is the color of the text is hash b6 b6 b6, and then here is the font style italic, and now here is the outline is medium, none. Medium is just its width, and you can simply write the none, so its uh, outline is outline when we click on it, so outline is shown to us, so that will be removed. Medium is just its width, so here is float the input and the text area to the left side. Here it is floated to the left, and when we give it the styles and height and width to the input field, then it will be okay. Here it is, we have to give the height and the width and the padding to the input field. Here I'm gonna add the padding. Here is a 5 pixel, 9 pixel, and here is a 6 pixel on the bottom side, 18 pixel on the right side, and then here is the width, 271 pixel, and then here is the height is the 17 pixel. And now here it is, we have to give the height and width to the text area, and here it is. Here we have to provide height 268 pixel. Here is the overflow auto, and here I'm gonna provide the padding is 6 pixel. Here is the 0 pixel on the bottom side and the left side, and here is the 18 pixel on the right side. And here I'm gonna give the width to the text area, and then here I'm gonna give the resize none, and here is its margin, 0 pixel for all the sides. And now let's render it. So here it is given, and now we have to provide the style to the label, then it will be okay. We have to provide the height and width to the labels, so we have not provided the height, so that's why it is mixed. Here I'm gonna provide the style to the label. Here is the label, here is the position is relative, here is the overflow is become hidden, and here is the display is block, and here is the minimum height is 35 pixel. So now every label have the height 35 pixel. Here you can see that, so that's why this content is not going to be mixed up. And now because these fields are in the label, so that's why it is mixed up. And now here I'm gonna give the style to the buttons div. Here is the buttons, and first of all here I'm gonna give text align to the left side, and then here is the width 300 pixel, And here is the padding on the top side of the button div to create a distance between the form and the buttons. Here is 15 pixel, and this is the width of the buttons div. And here I'm gonna provide the style to the anchor tags of the button. Here is the display inline block, and then here is the margin 0, and here is a 4 pixel on the left side, 0 and 20 pixel on the right side, and here it is. So now here the margin on the top side is created. So now we have to remove this field set. Here we have to write field set, and here is the margin of the field set is 0, and here is the padding is also 0, and then here is the border is also none. So now here is the field set is removed and this page is ready. So now in the next lecture we are gonna start building the third website, and if you have any problems, so kindly add the discussion. I will help you as much as I can. Thank you for watching this video. I will see you in the next video.